Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe.
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now smoking.
Yo, and hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now smoking.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Man, why the hell this house ain't clean, man? Where the food at? Hey, man. Oh my God.
Been working all day. Dang.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
It make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And it make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And it make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And it make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
I told my girl to try new things, talk, but she say she ain't into that.
Mine's is into that. She all on the internet.
What you mean, MySpace?
Hell yeah, MySpace. Then she wanna trip when it's chicks in my face.
Blah, 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 etc., etc.
You ain't gon' find nobody better.
But her girlfriend's telling her
She's a princess.
but Chuck, I love her. Should I come to my senses?
Pussy whoop, that vagina got you
No,
senseless.
Chuck, I'm just saying, I'm coming home to new.
Man, I need a blunt. Matter of fact, twist 2 of them.
She say that house dirty, so I blame it on the poodle.
Ain't clean the bathroom in weeks.
And she won't get pissed off when it's piss on the seat. Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And that make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder.
Private numbers on the phone.
And that make me wonder.
No meal when I'm home.
And that make me wonder.
And you don't even want a bone.
And that make me wonder.
The wrong name when you moan.
And that make me wonder. Tossing in the bed, strange thoughts in my head.
What you think, she cheating?
Nah, I don't know, I ain't give her a reason.
Every time I go to mine's office, her boss just leaving.
Breathing and wheezing like she got asthma.
She just got 3 raises and a brand new plasma.
Mine spend all my money at garage sales.
I was thinking about marriage, buying a ring from Zales.
Why she need $100 just to do her nails?
Man, she won't even salute my little soldier.
Just don't care.
I could swear she bipolar.
She take my Escalade.
Got me driving her Nova.
She bought a 7-Up.
Man, she know I like cola.
Forgot I was born in the month of October.
Man, I'm finna go and tell it that it's over.
Man, I'm finna go and tell her that it's over.
Yes, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be, stop Ryan, I'm going to be working so a little late tonight, so could you go home and make sure the kids are in bed, and probably have to cook yourself something to eat tonight, so, okay, well, see you.
That's what I'm talking about right there. You see that? It's a wrap. We done.
Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. It's better to gun, never to run, so here we come, so here we come, to sever the lung. Meticulous to the letter, ridiculous think you ever get with this lyricist. I really think I'll be feeling this shit forever. Gotta get my shit together, regardless of the weather. And if I think my mental's clever, smoking a swisher sweet on leather, them niggas can't keep me tethered. I'll fuck around, pull the levers, hot while you niggas wearing squares, and they got people in place wherever. I really wanna shake the ladder, or maybe it makes me smarter, really it makes me harder, make me better to raise my daughter. You people gon' check the order. How many wanna be a martyr? How many is getting larger? Any respect the father. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Live slide, situation, faces and names. Live slide, catching cases, chasing them games. Why you gotta kill for 15 seconds of fame? And why I keep it real but still expecting to change? Why do I feel like redirecting my pain? Smiling while I'm saying to myself I'm insane. Hating for your health, you can't help but be lame. Obsessed with the wealth and it's melting your brain. I done heard them discussions about cases and planes, and I done seen repercussions, I ain't touching the game. Choose the pictures you like, we just making the frame. You can have a light, but we taking the flame. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap strap your boots on. We finna march. We finna march. It's time to march.
It's better than gun, never to run. Either way, ball to the righteous ones. I'm a soldier, dressed in fatigue, and turn up my boots, ain't scared of no one. Ready for war, even if I'm sleep. Waking up, busting these niggas on sight. I'm shining like a motherfucker, even the blind can see the light. Y'all think I'm ready, but we come with the heat that make y'all do it again. Remain the same as we keep it real. The format bitch niggas could never win. And I'm always ready to attack, making sure that you ain't coming back. Even these bitches don't get no slag when these boots are fucking black. Nickel.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Bouncing back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and change your clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switch the sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your Hyundai. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yo, we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait. Time will come, down, we'll be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Brother up in funds. You get another $250,000, get another number one. It's like, bull to you boys. Bull to the boys. All of the noise. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look it up, please. How y'all feel? How do I sound? I can't hear myself that good. I was listening to those other earphones. Anyways, I was jamming Stormzy. If y'all don't fucking know who that is, fucking check him out, please. I don't know how clear that is, but whatever. UK. I like to say the hip hop went to the UK. A lot of the rappers here probably be mad at that statement, but I don't think there's very much hip hop here in the States. It's in the UK. It's in Africa. It has moved on, people. Maybe it'll come back. It's over there right now, though. So if you want to hear some like hip hop type, like real hip hop type stuff, listen to some UK. Listen to some of the grime that's come out of the UK. And they also have what they call it, Afro beats or whatever. I forget what they call it. They have all these genres and shit. I don't pay attention. I hate names. I suck at the names. Anyways, in Africa, they got something that's called like Afro beat or some shit like that. I don't know, but it's hip hop. And then they're using like their own native tongues and stuff. It's really cool stuff, man. The beats sound better than a lot of the stuff that's over here. The lyrics actually have meaning, like they're actually saying something. I enjoy it much more than the crap that they're making in the States right now. I'm against popular music anyways. You know, I was talking to somebody about that. Like I've been avoiding popular music. It's so demonic now, it seems. Maybe I wasn't aware of it before, you know, but now I see it and I see it for what it is and I just avoid it. Just like I avoid ads. I avoid ads and I avoid popular music. But it's a shame because I really love music. Can y'all hear me? I feel like I don't even know if y'all can hear me, bro. Somebody hit me up and let me know y'all can hear me. Yeah, so I'm gonna start off slow today, but I ain't gonna lie. This title might get me in trouble, and the stuff I'm finna talk about today might get me in trouble. I want to knock on wood. I'm not trying to get in trouble. I just, I feel like, it's some things that needs to be talked about, and then some of this stuff is like what we call top secret, right? Top secret. It's not a secret if it's out there. It's the problem is you have to dig. So I was thinking about naming it Top Secret Files or some shit like that. I was gonna name the show today. But I went against it. Maybe I'll use that kind of. I don't like clickbait anyway, so I don't know about that. That's what really kind of pushed me away from that particular title. But there's a video I found on the internet that popped up on my timeline that I think is really interesting. And not only that, I think it reveals like quote unquote top secret information. But again, like I say, the data is there. You just have to dig. And it's a lot of it is just not popular, I mean, it's buried. They bury it. That's what they do. So if you want to know like the truth about this, that, and the other, whatever the narrative is they're giving you, that's only a tiny, teeny little parcel of it. Best to believe it and don't doubt me on that. Dig a little bit further into that narrative and try to see what more information you can uncover, because like I say, the data is there. It's just they bury it. So you just have to, they know that people are lazy. They know you're not going to put no effort in it and that you're just going to take the word of the person on MSNBC and CBS. So, but you could surprise them. You could surprise them because they think you're stupid. They think you're dumb. They think you're not smart enough. They think you're lazy. They think you don't care. So they put all the information out there. It's there. And then they laugh at you. They laugh at you because they're like, it's all right there. Like, you don't know this shit. Like, we're not even trying to hide it. Like, it's right here, bro. Just look at it. And you're like, and you don't know nothing about it. So they just laughing at you. Like, look at your dumbass. Look at you scuttling in your fucking crud. Look at you scuttling in your fucking filth. You're fucking, that's why we take advantage of you. This is why right here, because you just can't get your shit together. Look at you. You just fucking don't even know what the fuck is going on at all. So yes, we're taking advantage of you and we're just going to continue to do it because you're lazy and you don't care and you're stupid. I don't think that's true. It's weird how the value of the person is valued on like how much money they made or what job they have or even the degrees they have. Now, the value of a person, that's one of the things we're going to talk about. What is human? So it's like the idea of, like I say, where you came out of your mom's womb determines, your value. How much money your parents had determines your value, And it's like, the whole thing about money is like, so if you value money and you want to make a whole bunch of money and you hoard it, then you're a high value person. You don't care about money that much and you don't care about hoarding money, then you're a low value person. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that's the way society looks at it. That's how people feel overall. And because that's the narrative and that's what we've been trained. That's how we've been trained to think. But it's not true. It's not true. But it's so hard. It's so hard, right? It's so hard. And then people embrace this idea. Okay, yeah, I'm waddling in the filth. I was born in the filth. I guess this is gonna be it. I ain't shit. So then people take on that persona, and then therefore they behave that way, and they project that because they're like, I ain't shit anyway. So they lie, they cheat, they steal. They don't have no integrity. It's like whatever happened to integrity? Whatever happened to somebody standing up for their word? You know what I'm saying? Whatever happened to people standing on their square? Standing up for what they believe in. You know what I'm saying? What happened to character? Like everybody not the same. I feel like, all humans deserve human rights. All humans deserve human rights, but we're not all the same. You can't treat us all the same. You can't treat a man the same way you treat a woman. Like I had like an argument with my ex one time about, she's like, you treat the kids the same, but I'm like, I mean, that sounds good in words. In reality, it isn't. Like, for a specific example, is you have a daughter, I have a daughter. It's totally acceptable for my daughter to sleep in the bed with me at night. It would not be acceptable for your daughter to sleep with me in the bed at night, right? So you cannot treat them the same. It goes back to what I'm talking about as far as character. A person that always takes care of business. They do what they say they're gonna do. They're on time when they say they're gonna be on time. You can rely on this person. If you need something, you can go for them. What I'm trying to say is that's a character. You know what I'm saying? You have the other guy over here, never on time, you never shows up, doesn't take care of business, doesn't do what he's supposed to do, doesn't tell the truth. That's a character. So you cannot treat these two people the same way. That is disrespectful, especially to that guy who stands on his square. You're disrespecting him by treating him like this guy who doesn't. These two people are not the same. What's up, Pat?
What's up? I tried to be here on time.
I'm not talking about you, Pat. We talking about, society in general. You're on time. The show is scheduled to be at 1. It's 12:54. What they say in the military, early, on time, late. How does it go? If you're early,
Yeah,
you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. Something like that.
yeah, something like that.
And and then they have that thing where they say hurry up and wait. It's funny how I know all this military stuff, and some of the stuff I be talking, I know the military guys out there be hearing me because of the lingo, but I ain't never been in the military, but I came from a military family, so I know a bit about this, that, and the other. I ain't never been under hot fire, so no, I don't know what that is like at all. So I'm not gonna say I really know, but I know some of the lingo.
Yeah, my dad was in the military, but he never really
Didn't really talk about it. Yeah, my dad didn't really talk about like specifics either, but I think that when you're around people that have been in the military, it's just their words, the way they talk, the way they carry themselves. Weapons, I bet you know about weapons.
Some, um,
My
a
dad was
bunch of my
teaching me about
a bunch of my
weapons when I
friends
was
went.
really small. Really
Yeah, a bunch.
small. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just say a bunch of my friends went, and they didn't really talk a whole lot about, especially into war. Now, if it was something they were stationed in a place and it wasn't a war, or whatever, they would talk more about it because it was
around their
fun.
buddies. And I've been in there in a room before where I heard him talking with his buddies and stuff. That's the only time you get to hear anything because they don't talk about it. It's so traumatic. That's why I don't want to go, man. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I love the United States. I love this country. But I'd be goddamned if I go fight some war for some private corporation and go kill some brown people because they want to steal their resources. Fuck
Shit, any
that.
people.
Yeah, any people. I don't care who they are. It just tends to be brown people that they do this to.
True.
Yeah, so anyways, the show, I'm trying not to get in trouble, but at the same time, bro, like I have to, do what's in my heart. You know what I mean? So like the name of the show is Jews, Gypsies, and Truth.
Okay.
And I'm gonna want to try to cover some of that stuff about what is life, some of the videos that I sent earlier in the week. But there's one video I want to focus on today, and it's the last one I sent today. I don't know if y'all seen it, but okay. So this guy,
I saw it.
let's just call him a freaking spook. You know what I'm saying?
A spook?
A spook. That's the derogatory term for like a spy, like a intelligence agent.
Okay.
It's like a derogatory term for an intelligence agent. So, but that's what this guy pretty much was. And this guy has been spilling the beans on shit. And I swear I didn't know this stuff, bro. You said you watched the video. How much of that stuff that dude said you heard before?
Well, not really. Had I heard it before, but we knew that that there was people that existed here. I heard. I mean, they were hot. I mean, the U.S. was actually hiding them, like brought them here as refugees.
And that's what I was be talking about all the time. But I didn't. Some of these details this guy said, like the connections, like I knew about the Bush Senior, but wait, I can't remember some other stuff he said. I had never heard before.
Bro, there was some stuff I'm sure. Like I do enough research, I can find it again. But they didn't kill Hitler. Like they actually brought him to the United States, and he was like kind of hidden, and like he like resurfaced and started talking about it like before his death, like everything, and started talking about it before his death. Like I think they brought him to Washington D.C. and he it was some crazy, like a bunch of the stuff that the ops, like it was crazy, especially like when I was hearing about it that
I never heard that. I never heard that before. But what I do know about Hitler's death is nobody knows what really happened because they have a story, but there's no evidence of what actually happened of when he died. They say he killed his wife and then he killed himself. He was in a bunker, but no body. There's no body. There's no that's just some story somebody told.
Well, what supposedly happened, one part of the story was that when he left Germany in a submarine and made it to Argentina. And I think he stayed in Argentina for a while, but then they found him. They said they couldn't just let him be roaming around like that. And they brought him to D.C. So, how accurate this stuff is.
And also, that's what I was going to say about this guy. Disclaimer on this guy, because for one, he was asking for permission and he's an insider. And a lot of this stuff was done. One of the things that was really interesting about what he was saying was how the State Department and like the CIA don't always be on the same terms, and how like the CIA or whatever might have an agenda, and then you got the State Department got an agenda, and it's like they're not necessarily, lining up. They may even be on opposite ends of each other. I thought that was really interesting. Like they're pushing against each other in certain topics or whatever.
I can believe that. I mean, we're in a country where being different or being proud to go against another is like welcomed and give you a pat on the back, because I mean shit, division is like the golden ticket around here.
Yeah, so it just be people. The thing is, I be saying though is like, those dudes in the CIA and all of that, them dudes be sitting there for a long time. The people in the State Department, like we talk about how long they be over there, but they move around, especially the president, the upper level, the executive branch, it flips over. But you
Yeah,
got these guys that you know, they don't care who's the president. Like that doesn't mean nothing to them. Like who's the president this year? Like I don't care.
exactly. And that's why it's easy to believe that, because when you have these different administrations that's going in and out, you got people that's already been here for been giving service for 30 years, 20 years, shit, some people 50 years, and regardless of who's ahead of the regime, there was things they were doing that the last administration told them to do, that this one's like, hey, no, I need you to come and do this. Like this is, you know, all these different things. So they might be back and forth, and everybody has their thing of what they want to,
Their
what they
agendas
prefer.
that they're trying
Yeah,
to accomplish, and you
yeah,
know they don't, you know, yeah, and it'd be like their families. So a lot of people don't be understanding that a lot of this have to do with their families, right? Like their families is like, this is how we feel about shit, and then like, you know, that's just how they feel about shit, and then whether they are, you know, a senator or even the president, their family, you know, philosophy is, you know, what they, you know, trying to push in, you know what I mean?
mm.
uh and I wanted to
Like
touch on
myself,
this.
like myself, because I mean, when I was listening to this, I was like, this is a crock of shit. Like this motherfucker, like I mean, motherfuckers give a damn about somebody, giving a damn about some of these people who hate everybody, and yeah, they talking about the Holocaust. What about the black people in their Holocaust? Like they bring up museums all over the
There's so
place.
many. That's what I was gonna say about him too, and I tried to say that a minute ago, but I didn't get to say it. But like the whole thing is, there's so many Holocaust museums, and he was probably talking about this Holocaust museum that he made, and it's like, that's one of the things about this particular video that, you know, like I said, he was a spook. So all of this is approved. What I'm saying is everything is approved. He went through the proper channels to be able to release this information. So it has to fit some kind of narrative or agenda overall. And still, they're still bigging up the Holocaust and over other genocides that has happened. You know what I'm saying? So somehow, even with him like doing what he's doing, he's still kind of fitting into the narrative for them, or otherwise they wouldn't have let him do this. Does that make sense?
No, total.
And the other part is he said a lot of buzzwords in there. He was like a little sneaky, and I would catch him every now and then. So like he was saying more than what he was saying in his speech with those words. One of the words that I heard, and he didn't expand on it, but it's like, you heard the term of like the jewels of God, God's
Yes,
jewels.
yes.
Yes. So God's jewels, shorten it up, God's Jews. That's part of the reason why I named it today Jewels, Jews, Gypsies, and Truth. Because I think there's a whole lot of confusion when it comes to that topic. I want to come back to this because this is a heavy one that'll take a while to talk about, I think. But just to lightly touch it, it's like the idea of, you know, and he talks about it in his video about that little band where it was so many Jewish people right outside of Russia. And it just so happened to be that Hitler's advance into Russia would go right through this territory where it was so many these Jews.
I mean, the fact that he was supposedly a Jew makes all of it weird.
I'm talking about the guy talking. I don't think he said he was a Jew. He's Irish.
No, Hitler.
Oh, yeah. Well, this thing is so complex. But World War II sets up the world that we live in today. That's why I always like to go back to it, because the geopolitical stage that we live on today is pretty much was set up, you know, after World War II. All of it, the borders, literally everything. So, but yeah, the Jews of God, and he talked about like he said his mom or somebody's dad said that they were the seventh tribe or whatever of Israel or some shit like that.
The lost tribe. Yeah, they
Yeah.
said that's impossible because
Well,
Irish.
he went on
Well,
and joked about it, and that's just what he said. He said that that's crazy talk, but
yeah,
it's important that he mentioned it. And then it has to do with like what I'm saying is the jewels of God, the Jews of
but that's
God.
because there's a lot of people who try to self-identify of things that's written in the Bible, and there's really like too much time has passed to really be able to truly pinpoint those people. I mean, yes, you can use the different what you call it, like the curses and who actually went through those types of things. Yeah, I mean, and that's if you take this thing, the book literally. But it's crazy. It's all crazy to me because I mean,
But this guy cleared up some shit. That's why I want to slowly watch this video because he talks fast and he's dropping like gems after gems and he's sneakily doing shit. He's a spook. He's not a lot of what he's saying. He's not saying it outright. Like you kind of gotta read between the lines and try to. And like I say, there's buzzwords in there too. So
yeah.
how did the video hit you?
It was interesting. I mean, just the whole fact that, I guess I mean, the way he got it's weird how some of these people get these jobs. He
Yeah,
just kind of, stumbled his way into some
yeah,
archival
yeah. That part was kind of
mystery.
suspicious. I ain't gonna lie. The way he told the story, he said I was lost. He said I got lost and I ended up in the what was it? He said the nuclear or some shit that didn't have nothing to do with what he was looking for, and he
But
found
that
some
but
damn files.
that's where he found those files. I mean, but yeah.
And it would make
Um
sense that they misfile shit. I feel him. I know he's telling the truth on that. But the story on how he was lost and that's how he
mhm.
found those files, I don't know about that.
Yeah. I mean, he probably knew exactly where to go. I mean, that's the thing. If somebody gives you an assignment, they can't be a part of it. But if some things come uncovered that you go, if you go down to such and such, and you get lost in there, who knows what you'll find?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And that's
saying?
what that's how it works. That's how it works. They don't tell you it exactly, but they telling you what it is. It's like another thing he mentioned was about how being a lawyer. He said that he started working for the law firm and the guys were coming under the anonymity of, the what is it? Client conf, confidentiality clause. Like this is legal. This is in the law. Like just like when you go talk to your doctor, like nobody, like there can't be no listening devices. He can't share any of that information. Da 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 da. This is all in the law, and it's like that when you're talking to your lawyer. So people would come to him and like, you know, as a lawyer, but only really just to tell stories of stuff that they wanted to tell that they couldn't tell in any other circumstances.
Yeah. I, yeah. I mean, that happens a lot. I mean, you know, people, because it's not. This seems like a rare situation. I'm sure it's happened many different times over time, different places and things like that. But it's really kind of weird to me that they know that these are the secret tunnels. Like these are, this is where all they, hide all of their secrets, but then they allow him to go and uncover the secrets that may
Yeah,
not be ready to be uncovered, or that they,
like super top secret stuff, and then allow him to leak it. So yeah, he's an inside guy, definitely controlled opposition. But that doesn't mean that this information is not pertinent and fucking relative as hell and can help your perspective like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I think it does to some extent. You know, I mean, I'm not one of those that's big on the Holocaust, but for those, I mean, especially this one, you know, I'm more of a
Yeah, yeah. I feel you. I don't want to. I feel you.
yeah. I mean,
But
I'm trying to be careful how I speak
yeah,
because I already know that we're on a sensitive situation
topic.
because I mean it has nothing to do with the people. It's just the ones that gets left out is what gets
Yeah.
me
What
emotional.
about the other ones? So yeah, I
Yeah.
completely feel you. But he wasn't just talking about the Holocaust. He was talking about how you had Nazis, how basically how the government was saying one thing and doing something else. You know what I'm saying? Clearly.
You know.
And that's what the point of it is. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. Before I go into that, I want to see. Let's see if I have this. Checker Bars was talking about the He was talking about the Ghana. Oh, here it is. Yeah, let's see.
Those are really sharp, big knife. We reveal how illegal child labour is being used to supply cocoa beans to Cadbury, Britain's favourite chocolate brand. We've been filming undercover in Ghana. Switch the camera on. Stop.
How do I go to his page? Hold on, y'all. Can I go to his page? Okay, yeah. Freaking so this post is about Ghana, and it's about the Cadbury chocolate that you guys are finna go to the store and buy for Easter. And these are little kids out there with machetes harvesting that shit that you finna go, all of y'all finna go buy.
And carrying heavy loads.
I get it all day.
We see children.
I used to get some every day, but not no more.
Whilst on farms.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
And one young girl even claimed to be being kept against her will. With Easter around the corner, our investigation links Cadbury to child labour for the first time and shows how the brand has been misleading consumers on how ethical its chocolate really is.
That's not hazardous work.
Tonight on Dispatches,
Those are really sharp, big knife.
we reveal how illegal child labour is being used to supply Cadbury, missing school and carrying heavy loads. We see children involved in dangerous work, using machetes and sharp knives, and hear how some have been injured or bitten by snakes whilst on farms.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
And one young girl even claimed to be...
I guess a lot of he said one girl claimed she was there against her will, so she was a literal slave. And I guess most people look at this and they're like, "Meh, you know, fuck it, I'm gonna buy some more chocolate." Let me read a couple comments. Chocobar says, "This is where your chocolate is coming from." It says, "At pushing black, please share." Another comment says, "Terrible." Another comment says, "Damn." Oh, damn it. As long as they get their money, it's okay. Shaking my head, even after seeing this, people will still buy chocolate. That's what I just said. Damn it. I don't know how to scroll this shit. I have problems with this all the time, every time. It gives me a hard time. I don't know. Oh, shit. It says, first of all, stop buying it, and those in charge should go to prison for life. This is how they make money, y'all. Yeah, y'all just don't realize it. The sad thing is 95% of them never tasted chocolate before. Damn. They out there fucking grinding away as a kid. They don't even get to taste the Cadbury. They don't know what a Cadbury is. It says, unfortunately, I used to love Cadbury. It's linked dark chocolate just as bad or what? Dark chocolate is actually good for you before they start adding all the sugar and shit. It says, since time immemorial, it has always been British GP and enslavement. These child laborers across Africa should not be taken for granted in this modern age. Let us boycott that shit product until they treat them right. I'm still reading comments. Like Damian Marley said, the world is a big crime scene. It says, this is what some of us went through, and it's still happening. Some of the kids are even sold to owners of cocoa plantations by their parents as laborers. Damn. It says, all I see in this video is allegations and propaganda. I'm not saying it's not happening, but these news stories aren't really proving anything. I doubt Cabaret core people are down for forcing children to chop cocoa beans for them. And I would say you're naive, buddy. Boycotting. Major chocolate companies flunk scorecard. New York Thomson Reuters Foundation. Major chocolate companies such as Godiva, Lindt, and Hershey are failing to keep child labor out of their supply chains, according to a new ranking by activists released on Thursday. This is a very serious, though. I had no idea this was going on in such a well-known brand. This is crazy. See, it's a reason why I don't like chocolate. Okay, whatever. You got comments on that, Pat? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That's the same shit they're doing in the Congo when they're getting those medals for our cell phones and shit. Anyways, takes my breath away, bro. I don't even really have comments on that. It's just kind of sad. Because I bet for a lot of those little kids, it's actually an opportunity for them. You know, that's why they could do it, you know? I'll give you a couple dollars. And the way them kids was whacking at that shit, it looks like they was going in. Like they probably knew what they were doing and everything. Oh, damn. Gangster ass little kids. And fucking getting paid probably $2 or some shit. $2.50 for the whole day.
Yeah.
So they can pad their profits so that they can pay their investors so that they can buy back their stocks. All this stock buyback shit, bro, that shit makes me so mad, bro. Like they just make more profit so they can buy back more stocks. And just keep on doing that. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, meanwhile, you're destroying the environment, exploiting children, exploiting war. Fuck it. Profit, stock buybacks. We got to look out for the investors. The corporations always say, we got to look out for the investors. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure we do right by the investors.
Yep, that's who matters in it all. To them, anyway.
To them, that's like God.
Well,
so I guess
the money is God.
Yeah, the money is God. So fucking sad. And that's one of the things I fight against the most. You know, I'm still really kind of religious, you know? And as far as like worshiping money, like I want to make sure as hell that I don't fucking worship money, man.
Yeah, no. I'm the same way. I want a bunch of it, but it's not.
And it's a slippery slope because you need it to survive. You need it to live, you know? And everybody likes shiny things. But it's a slippery slope. You slide down that slope and you don't even realize it. You're going to be worshiping money and you're not going to realize it. Nobody, I don't think very many people consciously worship money. It's just a thing that happens.
You'd be surprised, bro.
Before I go into the shit that's probably going to get me in trouble, the unholy trinity, the Vatican, the Nazis, and the Swiss banks, let's go into Bernie Sanders. Did you catch the Bernie Sanders video, Pat?
Yeah. Well,
I know.
What's up, Deuce?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
What's up, man? Happy to have you here, man.
Good to see y'all tonight, bro.
Yeah, same here. Oh yeah, I mean, I did get a nap, so y'all ain't gotta worry about me clouding up the airwaves.
Cool beans.
But
It's all
however,
good.
I did see it, and should I speak on it or?
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm about to play clips of it. I don't want to play the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of points out the obvious. I mean,
it is obvious, but like as you can see in the video, ain't nobody in the fucking chamber with him. Probably he in there by himself. Ain't nobody hearing or seeing this, and nobody gives a fuck. He is
They don't
pointing out the
care.
obvious. Yeah.
They don't care, bro. He's pointing out the obvious, but the interest, America is so, in my personal opinion, America is so fucking far gone. They're so far removed from humanity and human life, bro. Like they truly are. You know
It's
what I'm
scary.
saying?
It's
Yeah.
scary.
And look at the way that they treat people, man. Look at how everything now is criminal. You know, anything that you do or say, it's just nobody's good anymore in their eyes. Nobody knows anything. And that shit that Bernie Mac is preaching, he's stating the obvious, but they don't give a fuck, bro. They don't care that there's homeless. They don't care that there's literally we're facing a famine. They don't give a fuck. As long as they
That they're
line the pockets of the people who,
and
who
and and
support them.
it seems like they would care because like he's talking about us fucking the taxpayers fucking funding Jeff Bezos and old buddy from Tesla
Yeah.
to do a space
Musk.
race.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're subsidizing this. Like that should make you mad, bro. They're gonna own the private. Like this is the future. They're gonna make a whole bunch of money off of this shit. That's why they did those space flights and they made it so public, and all the news coverage was covering it. Everybody wants to like, sure, it will be fun. It looks fun to me. But boom, it's a business. They're gonna be making a bunch of money. So they're gonna privately own. And then he was talking about, wait a minute. In the other video that I'm gonna play, he talked about satellites in the future, I want to say. And he was talking about how the person that, or was that Bernie? I'm mixing the videos up. Fucking the person in the future is gonna be the first trillionaire is the person that like controls this like the space like unlimited fucking minerals that you can get from asteroids and shit. But that's gonna be owned by a private company, but it's gonna be financed by your ass and my ass.
Yeah.
And that person is gonna be a trillionaire.
I mean, honestly, we all should have stock in pretty much at least every major corporation there is. Like, we should be, automatically shareholders of these different companies.
Especially if they're getting a bunch of fucking money from the taxpayers, where is
Well,
our dividend? Where's our
especially
payback?
if they're subsidized, then
That's where the communism or socialism argument comes in, because people say, "Oh, you want to be a communist," but no, I just want a return on my damn investment. You took this money out of my pocket. Where's my dividends?
Yep, all the resources that you robbed from our land, you selling it internationally, different places around the world, and making big banks, making profits.
Where's my kickback? I don't get no kickback on that. You took money out of I made the investment. Can I get some of that you made off of that? Damn. That's too much to ask, right? That's crazy talk. That's communism. You're a socialist. Well, anyways, let me play a bit of Bernie. I don't want to put y'all to sleep. I know Bernie is dry and boring. I'm not gonna play that much of this.
2 roll call votes. The first motion would instruct the conference committee not to provide $53 billion to the highly profitable microchip industry without protections for the American people. The second motion would instruct conferees not to provide a $10 billion bailout to Blue Origin, a space company owned by Jeff Bezos, the second wealthiest person in America, who is also the owner of Amazon. Amazon is a company which in a given year pays nothing, zero in federal income taxes after making billions in profits. And by the way, in a given year, Mr. Bezos himself, one of the wealthiest people in the country, has paid nothing in federal income taxes, despite being worth nearly $200 billion.
So me, you, everybody listening pays more taxes than him or his company.
Bro, it's funny y'all talking about this shit, right? Hey, I'm actually sitting here in Van Horn waiting to go into his facility. I'm going there to deliver hydrogen.
You crossing the picket line.
Yeah.
Let me be very clear. Mr. Bezos has enough money to buy a very beautiful $500 million yacht. Looks very nice to me. Not that I know much about yachts, but it does look very nice. Mr. Bezos has enough money to purchase a $23 million mansion with 25 bathrooms. Not quite sure you need 25 bathrooms, but that's not my business.
Hey, let me
And
pause.
here is
Hey, that reminds me of a Lil Wayne song where he say, I got 10 bathrooms, shit all day, some shit like that.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos be shitting all day, huh?
For
The nigga he probably don't go into 25 of them hoes. He only use one. All the rest of them are just sitting there.
Look, Caremio.
Yeah.
The historian.
So why do you need that many bathrooms, bro? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Was this Caremio? I don't know. The guy.
Crimea? Oh, you talking about a person?
Caremio, the guy that does those historical videos about Americas. I seen you sometimes.
Oh yeah.
He's got a video similar to that I end up was watching when you sent me this one, which was like pretty crazy to me.
The universe, the randomness of the universe, the alignment. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they were talking about the people that was in Europe and the ones that were of the past, the ones that were really recognized in books talk about the people and their identity and things like that. Caremio was talking about, what I'm saying? It's like, look, these were swarthy people. This was not Africa. This was Europe. This was, because like these are people that, it's like even showing what Columbus was a black guy. But from Europe, from Portugal or whatever. But that's
what they would call black today, because that's the thing that people don't understand is that in the past they didn't have these labels like this. That's why the language causes a lot of confusion when you say white, black. If you would have said that to those people back then, they would say, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah, why did you keep calling me that?
No, count me in as somebody who does not think that the taxpayers of this country need to provide Mr. Bezos a $10 billion bailout to fuel his space hobby. When all is said and done, both of these motions, the one on $53 billion for the microchip industry and the $10 billion for Mr. Bezos, touch on an extremely important issue that is very rarely discussed in the corporate media or on the floor of the Senate. And that is how we proceed, how we go forward with industrial policy in this country. I should be very clear in saying I believe in industrial policy. I believe that it makes sense in certain occasions for the government and the private sector to work together in a mutually beneficial way to address a pressing need in America. Industrial policy, to me, means cooperation between the government and the private sector.
If Bernie wasn't so dry, he would have been president. God.
In other words, will the U.S. government develop an industrial policy that benefits all of our society, or will we continue to have an industrial policy that benefits just the wealthy and the powerful? In 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "The problem is that we all too often have socialism for the rich and rugged free enterprise capitalism for the poor."
Yep.
I am afraid that what Dr. King said 54 years ago was not only accurate back then, it is even more accurate today. We hear a lot of talk around here about the need to create public-private partnerships, and that all sounds very good. But when the government adopts an industrial policy that socializes all of the risk and privatizes all of the profits, whether it...
Okay, dry as Bernie Sanders, but he's socialize all the risk and privatize all of the profit. Basically, that's how they do it. It's like a lot of the research and development is public funded. But then once that thing finally gets developed, some private company owns the patent to it and they get all the profit from it. And it's just insane. I wish the people would understand this more. I mean, it's really simple. Like Deuce said, it's really common sense. It's like, you know, but I don't think people know this. I really don't, because the media is not telling you this. Like, just like in this clip, ain't nobody in the video, anybody in the chamber, ain't nobody listening to this. Nobody heard this shit. Nobody cares.
I mean, that's just like they just had that World Government Summit in Dubai, which many people I don't think even knows that just happened, and they're discussing our lives and how they're going to govern us going forward into the future. You know what I'm saying? They're going through all these deep conversations of, you know, how not, you know, if they're going to do it, how they're going to do it, because they are doing it. Like, it's at that point.
Yeah.
So
It's in game now.
It is handing the microchip industry a $53 billion blank check, or giving Mr. Bezos a $10 billion bailout to fly to the moon. That is not a partnership. That is the exact opposite of a partnership. That is corporate welfare. That is crony capitalism. Mr. President, each and every day, I have heard my Republican colleagues and some corporate Democrats blame inflation on runaway government spending. In fact, one of my colleagues in the Democratic caucus has even suggested that we need to take a strategic pause when it comes to making urgent federal investments in childcare, healthcare, education, affordable housing, paid family and medical leave, and home health care. Policies that would substantially improve the lives of the American people. Well, you know what I believe, Mr. President? I believe that maybe, just maybe, the time has come to take a strategic pause when it comes to providing tens of billions of dollars in corporate welfare to some of the most profitable corporations and wealthiest people on this planet.
Why does it even happen? Why do we give a bunch of money to Walmart every year, a bunch of money to Amazon every year? It's coming out of taxpayers' pocket. Amazon,
Because
why?
because this is a part of the plan to rob America. Like the same thing they were doing when they came here is the same thing they're doing today.
Extorting resources like taking
Everything for
advantage of the peasants, taking
yeah,
advantage of
it wasn't like they gave a damn about America, like they just loved America. No, they heard there was some money over here. They want to get over here and get it.
period. Milk and honey. I like milk and honey.
They can't eat
Mr.
all the
President,
milk and honey.
the American people are becoming increasingly sick and tired of corporations making record-breaking profits while ordinary people struggle to pay outrageously higher prices for gas, for rent, for food.
And they was freezing and starving over there too at that time. They was like milk and honey.
But I feel like they do that shit in
that?
other countries. Because you look at,
Go ahead. What'd you say?
they do
What'd
the
you say?
same shit
You're
in Iraq and all that other shit, bro.
yeah. All over the world. It's the same play. Like Pat says, it's the same play. They run the same play.
They are sick and tired of the high cost of prescription drugs, childcare, housing, groceries. They are sick and tired of CEOs making 350 times more than the average worker, while over half of our people live paycheck to paycheck. The American people are sick and tired of the wealthiest people in our country and the most profitable corporations, in some cases, not paying a nickel in federal income tax. And what does this so-called competitiveness bill do? Instead of addressing any of these issues, this bill provides $53 billion in corporate welfare to the microchip industry with no protections for the American people, and a $10 billion bailout to Mr. Bezos. Now, that may make sense to Mr. Bezos, and it may make sense to other corporate leaders, but it does not make sense to me, nor do I think it makes sense to the American people.
Definitely doesn't make any fucking sense to me. The fuck? You got hungry ass kids out here, but you giving 50 billion to 10 billion to Bezos. Boom. Here you go, Bezos. $10 billion. Do with it what you will. And we fighting homeless encampments under the freeway.
Yeah. What's it gonna? And that space exploration shit, like he said, pretty much it's a hobby, dog. Like it's a hobby, you know. Like they're charging people $1 million to go up and come back down. I think it's like the total trip is like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, some shit like that. $1 million, bro. They just had a launch last week. You know.
That's why I say
I don't know what kind of bailouts they're giving to Elon Musk, but I don't ever hear anybody in the government talking about the government giving Elon Musk money. You know, I know he supposedly has that contract where he's taking those satellites up to space for the new internet system that we're on the brink of. But
that's how it works. He Bernie touches on it in this video. A lot of it is private, like the rockets that so they pay Elon Musk to get them to the space station or to launch them into space or whatever. He has like the rockets or he has whatever the hell equipment or whatever. So, but still, what you have to understand is that's government money that's paying him. You understand? That's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. Because like the way they land or something. Don't get me wrong. I wish Doc was here to fact check me, but that's how it works. They pay private. You know, Elon Musk has these rockets and so forth and so on. Not everything that NASA does, they have like, let's say, the equipment for or whatever. So then they pay private people to handle it. And Elon Musk is the main person that they go to for that kind of stuff. So that's boom. That's just funneling money in his pocket. He's like, okay, I want to go to the space station. Boom, I got you. 10, whatever it is, however what the price is.
Yeah, because NASA don't really go to space anymore. I don't think we have any. I don't think they go up there like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know how that works. It's so confusing. But I wish, like I say, somebody could clear that up a bit for us. But what I do know, like you said, I don't think NASA really goes. It's always private, something private, a private entity that's providing whatever.
Mr. President, in terms of the microchip industry, the American people should know the truth. We are talking about an industry that has shut down over 780 manufacturing plants in the United States and eliminated 150,000 American jobs over the last 20 years as a result of moving their production overseas. Shut down plants in America, moved overseas for cheap labor. In other words, in order to make more profits, these companies closed plants in America and hired people sometimes at starvation wages in other countries. And now, believe it or not, these very same people, very same companies are in line to receive $53 billion in corporate welfare to literally undo the damage that they caused. Now, some of my colleagues make the point that the microchip industry is enormously important for our economy and that we must become less dependent on foreign nations for microchips. I agree. There is no argument about that. But we can and must accomplish that goal, breaking our dependence on foreign countries for microchips. We must accomplish that goal without simply throwing money at these huge corporations while the taxpayer gets nothing in return.
And why they can't manufacture that shit here? That's one of our biggest problems. It's like we don't manufacture shit. It's because each company wants to do it the cheapest way. It's the race to the bottom. So fuck it. Outsource the manufacturing. It's cheaper.
It's crazy, bro. Yeah, when you think about all of the shit on your cars and your trucks, you know, think about how much of that shit come on your vehicle comes from Germany, China, all these other countries. On a vehicle that's supposed to be American made.
Yeah. A lot of our vehicles aren't American made, even when they say it is. They assemble it here and they get the parts from overseas. So it was really manufactured overseas and assembled in America.
Yeah.
That's not the fucking same thing.
From it. In 2021, Intel made nearly $20 billion in profits. We are talking about a company that he had enough money to spend over $14 billion during the pandemic, not on research and development, but on buying back its own stock to reward its executives and wealthy shareholders. We are talking about a company that could afford to give its CEO, Mr. Pat Gelsinger, a $116 million compensation package last year. We are talking about a company that could afford to spend over $100 million on lobbying and campaign contributions over the past 20 years. does it really sound like this company, as well as the others, really needs corporate welfare? I don't think so.
Nope.
And another company that will receive taxpayer assistance under this legislation is Texas Instruments. Last year, Texas Instruments made $7.8 billion in profits. In 2020, this company spent $2.5 billion buying back its own stock, while it has outsourced thousands of good-paying American jobs to low-wage countries and spent more than $40 million on lobbying over the past 20 years. That's Texas Instruments, and on it goes. So the First Amendment that I would like a vote on and expect a vote on would instruct the conference committee to prevent microchip companies from receiving taxpayer assistance unless they agree to issue warrants or equity stakes to the federal government. If private companies are going to benefit from over $53 billion in taxpayer grants, the financial gains made by these companies must be shared with the American people, not just wealthy shareholders.
What's the chances of that happening?
I don't know, bro. But you know, I didn't pay attention to it not being anybody in there, and I'm just sitting there like thinking about that shit, bro. Just like they there for everything else, but they not there to hear this bullshit. And this is not bullshit. So let me rephrase. They're
Yeah.
not here to hear this informative information.
Yeah, and that's why I say, well, my question was, what are the chances of any of that shit happening? Ain't nobody in the room.
Oh, they know he talking about it. They broadcasting that shit. They listening to it from their private offices.
But it's zero chance of any of it happening. Zero.
America, as to who will gain control over NASA and future space explorations. In other words, if we are able to accomplish the unbelievable, extraordinary goal of sending a person to Mars, I want the flag that will be flying on that planet to be the flag of the United States of America, not the flag of SpaceX or Blue Origin. And Mr. President, let us be clear. The $10 billion in this bill for Jeff Bezos and his space company, Blue Origin, is just the tip of the iceberg. The reality is that the space economy, which today mostly consists of private companies using NASA facilities free of charge to launch satellites into space, is already very profitable and could become, and will likely become, even more so in the future. Bank of America predicts that by 2030, the space economy will triple in size to $1.4 trillion. That's trillion with a T. According to the most recent data, private corporations make over $94 billion in profits a year from goods or services that are used in space. Profits that could not have been achieved without the assistance of NASA, a government agency funded by the taxpayers of America. And while we are talking about the profitability of satellites today, and that's already a very profitable industry, sometime in the future, not next year, not 10 years from now, but sometime in the future, the real money may come to those who not only provide satellites, but those who figure out how to mine lucrative minerals on asteroids. Does this sound like science fiction? It is not. This is exactly what is being worked on right now, mining lucrative minerals on asteroids. In 2015, the famous astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson predicted that, and I quote, the first trillionaire the first trillionaire there will ever be is the person who exploits the natural resources on asteroids. There's this vast universe of limitless energy and limitless resources. I look at wars fought over access to resources. That could be a thing of the past once space becomes our backyard. End of quote, Mr. deGrasse Tyson. Mr. President, who gets to own the resources discovered by private corporations in space? Well, as a result of a little-known 2015 Space Act that passed the Senate by unanimous consent with virtually no floor debate, private corporations are able to own all of these resources. In other words, the taxpayers of this country will get a 0% return on the investment they made in these private enterprises, which could turn out to be unbelievably lucrative.
Okay, that's enough for Bernie. What say y'all?
I think, yeah, maybe, because I mean, there's a lot of time, like, we got to be careful sometimes about what we're putting our energy behind and into, because there's a lot of programs that's out here that we believe to be out, to help us, but it ended up, maybe doing the opposite, actually hurting us, or I don't know. But on the surface, I'm gonna say yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the simple thing is that, you got taxpayer funds. Everybody understands NASA, and I skipped the part of what he was talking about. He talked about the man on the moon, but let's not get into the controversies of, if they ever win or whatever. Just the idea of the taxpayers funding something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then a private corporation benefiting from it. It costs a whole lot of money to send somebody into space or whatever. And these people been working on the math and shit for years and years and years. All of these people get paid salary from the government. So then some private person gets to own all of that work, years and years and years of work. The people to get no fucking nothing back out of it. And then they just sell that same thing back to us. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the overall point. And do these corporations need all these fucking money every fucking year? Why are we giving them so much money? And if we are, how come we don't see no return on that? Everybody else wants a return on their investment. How come the American people don't get returns on their investments? Y'all are making investments in our name. You taking our money basically without our consent, fucking extorting us. At least you could do is give us some kickbacks.
You think I'm like a youngster that's lost his lollipop?
Yeah. I'm about to move into that heavy stuff. But yeah, it just makes me angry. And I think that this is what will and is going to cause a revolution. This topic right here. Because really, if people understood this stuff, they would literally be in the streets burning shit the fuck up. How the fuck y'all taking my money, flipping it, and then fucking like selling the shit back to me? And then buying back your stocks and just getting richer and richer. And your ass didn't even make the seed investment.
Exactly. Like they solely use your money, which I mean, really that's insane. That's why, like, leaving money in the bank, trying to save money really isn't like the best strategy, uh, especially for right now. You know, man, it's
It's really insane. And I don't and I really think people don't understand it, because I think if people did, I think they would just be, I mean, how can you not be mad at this? How can this not get you upset?
you don't understand it.
Yeah. Because if you understood it, you have to be mad. It has to make you
Yeah,
angry.
yeah. I mean, because there's too many other things that we definitely could use those resources for, but it never gets put into place to truly discuss it as a thing that's really beneficial to the people and not just the corporations or whoever might be the closest on that project. Uh, but yeah, I say the same thing. It's kind of hard not to get pissed off about it once you realize what's really, what's not just happening, but what's been happening and most likely will continue to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I wake up angry thinking about stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie. I think about slavery, and I think about all the money they made during slavery, and how that money is still in their bank account. And they've been flipping it this whole time.
Hmm.
Damn, this dude was parked on his motorcycle.
But just think about what
Oh, that must have
our
been on purpose. Oh yeah, that was definitely on purpose.
our
Go ahead.
our salaries as regular citizens, and we know what the salaries are there, in DC or wherever. But for Bernie to give that number 350 times what we're making,
Yeah,
that's a major bank. I mean, all right, if
my
I'm making if I'm making
my
100 if I'm making
my
100,000 a year,
my math ain't good enough for that. That's out of my league. I ain't gonna lie. Those numbers
well,
blow my mind. I'm out.
well,
I'm lost already.
give me a second. If let's say I make 100,000 a year, in comparison, that's really saying 35 million a year is what these people are making.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, how much is enough? So that's where the argument of, is the money, is it really about the money? Because at some point that money don't mean nothing no more. Like, whenever they start talking about trillions, I know people don't understand trillion. They don't understand trillion. So whatever is next after trillion, we definitely don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? That those numbers, once it gets there, it doesn't mean anything. They stop. It stops having meaning. You get what I'm saying? If you be like, I got a good, whatever past a trillion is, you're like, I got a good bazillion, 100 bazillion dollars. It's like that. It no longer that it no longer has any meaning at all. At all. So then, what is the motivation to keep on doing the stock buybacks then?
The stock buyback is for the company, is so that they can have their ownership back. They
Yeah, well,
sell.
it's they make the money. They drive. I totally get it. They drive up the price of the stock. What I'm saying is, once the money gets big, what's the point in, like doubling it? It's like, what I mean is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, your life is already like, like, you can buy whatever you want. Like, I mean, you get what I'm saying? I mean, like, once the numbers get to there,
No,
there's,
no, I get it. You know,
yeah, you
when you
double the
get
money, but it
when you
don't
get
matter. It means
when you get
nothing.
so rich when you get so rich that you can already have everything. Why is there that cap not you know, that it's like, okay, well, you know, I got enough. Let me let somebody else come in, and they can kind of come do the same thing I just did.
Yeah, it's a straight hoarding mentality. And then it's for no reason at all. Like I say, once you get up, like let's say you're in the billions, let's say you have $300 billion in your account.
So let's say that. I like that, man.
Let's say you got $300 billion in your account. Will $10 billion up or down make any fucking difference in your life?
None. But look, Chris Rock said years ago that you know, he could see that you know, relationships that's on the poor side could end up, you know, in bad situations, you know, somebody getting killed or some kind of craziness. And that's because when you compare somebody who's got 40 million, you split it in half, no big deal. Doesn't really change your life. None of this, none of that. But you said that blue pill. Oh, somebody just sent me some. The for whatever somebody who's got making $40,000, and you had to split that with somebody.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's liable to make you want to kill some damn body. So.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Let me see. Candace Owens is talking, and it's always definitely gonna be something. Let's hear it.
Give birth.
Sometimes. That's my answer. Yes.
And the answer that is crazy. Can men give birth?
Sometimes. That's my answer. Yes.
And the answer that is crazy. Can men give birth?
Okay, I agree with Candace on this one all the way, 100%. I mean, her answer was that he said sometimes, and she said that's crazy. I 100% agree. Where's the sometimes, bruh? Where's the baby gonna come out of? Do men have wombs? The fuck out of here, bruh. This is insanity. Trying not to offend somebody, trying to be politically correct.
But see, that's the thing, because like when they were trying to you know, they was asking Katanji, it was like a week or so ago or whatever, you know, how does she define women? You kind of support it. It's like, you know, it didn't matter how they described it, because, you know, I'm assuming you really just wanted her in office. But this is the same conversation with different, you know, wording. It's like, you know, we all know a man cannot have babies. I don't give a damn how many times you try. Even, you know, with trying to put a uterus or whatever inside of a male's body. Like, I don't care. It's bullshit. But, you know, to have the debate on what is a woman, you know, what does it consist of, whether or not somebody should be considered one because of different, you know, birth backgrounds, and then, you know, then to rob that title from somebody who would clearly deserve it because that's what they were born as and have always been, and then to try to call them a baby, you know, they're just baby makers, bro.
I think that question, and then a lot of people jumped on that, and then like I said, that whole thing was political theater from the jump, and that particular question was red meat. And I think when they asked her that question, you look on the look on her face, she was like, what the fuck? Why are y'all asking me this question? This is stupid. So everybody jumped on it like she couldn't answer the question. No, she was like, why the fuck are you? We're at a Senate hearing, like y'all are doing my confirmation. What does this question have anything to do with what's happening here?
Well, and I know that they do these things to distract and to, you know, try to bring some awareness, but why not? You know, Was there a purpose for her not to just go and answer it and move on instead of making a big deal about the question?
I think
It's
she
like
was stunned. I think she was stunned. I watched that clip, and I think she was stunned. They didn't give. I don't think they. I don't think she had a list of these questions.
she's a
And,
pro. She's a pro.
but
That's
that
just
is a
that.
stun. That was stunning. I would have been stunned. Ask me
Well,
about my
she
education. Ask me about how I feel about
she
these
she
laws.
was
Ask me about how I'm gonna, like they asked Amy Coney Barrett straight up and down about fucking abortion. They was
look.
like, you know what I'm saying? How you feel about abortion and women's rights and all of this shit. They asked her straight up. Now that is
Yeah,
relevant. That's relevant.
it's the
What?
same kind of question though. It's really the same kind of question. Where do you sit with a certain subject? How would you define blah blah blah? Which they know it's a setup question because they're gonna
Yeah.
try to use it against her in the
No matter
future. But
what answer she gave, whatever, that, like you say, that's a setup question. So no matter what answer she gave, it was a soundbite. There was a setup for a soundbite. That's what it was. To be red meat for the right. You have to see it for what it is to be able to, like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's how they pull our heartstrings. That's how they pull our emotions. You know what I'm saying? It's not no deeper than that. It's really not. The midterms are coming up. They're looking for funding for their fucking campaigns, bro. Period. It's no deeper than that. No deeper than that. That was not a relevant question. I don't think. I don't think it was relevant because there's no argument in greater society on what is a woman and what is a man. Not really. I mean, you got these people saying whatever they're saying, but the general public, a man's a man's, a woman's a woman. It's pretty fucking simple, and little kids know this. There's not really no argument there. So that's why that's bullshit. The question is bullshit from the jump. Everybody in the room knows what a man and a woman is. There ain't no argument. What is this? Let me see. It says Cherokee Nation, Navajo Nation, Maroon Nation. He got an Afro mohawk.
Nice.
What does that mean? He's like being. Let's see what the comments say.
Thank you. I feel.
Bless up,
Chief. I feel like
Chief Richard Curry. This is important. Love to all the indigenous and all the Afro indigenous.
Yeah, all of it together. All of it. Appreciate it. Please, yes. Yeah, man. Come on. Come in, everybody. Go close. Yeah, man.
So he got he's a chief. So this was a ceremony. Let's see what the comments say. Bless up, Chief Richard Curry. This is important. Love to all indigenous and all Afro-indigenous. Why do you have to separate indigenous, Afro-indigenous? Indigenous is indigenous. What the fuck? It says Afro-indigenous. Explain to me. See, there goes somebody. That was the next comment. Yeah, same question I would say. Like, there's no distinction. It says General Dar, big love, congratulations, beautiful moment. I don't get it. We all bleed the same. Much love. Some black people have been wrong about where they came from. They have thought they are descendants of Native Americans. That's it. That argument is that's another part that's so confusing because I went down this road and I've been looking for evidence related to this subject because I'm very sensitive with this subject. But what I have been able to determine is that, you had earlier and later peoples. You had multiple migrations into America, earlier and later. And so, like, these both earlier groups are indigenous and these later groups are they're indigenous because they've been here for thousands of years. But you had multiple groups of these indigenous peoples. You know what I'm saying? You had a group that came over that was more Mongoloid.
and you had another group that came before them who weren't, because evolution, you have to understand evolution to understand this, because when they talk about evolution and they talk about the migration out of Africa, it's like the people aren't the same because thousands of years have changed, they have evolved, the climates are different, their diet is different, the environment is different, so they have changed. So that's what happens. So, it could be the same people, they change into another peoples over time just because of their, like their migrations. So people, like, what people don't understand is like the migrate. Let's talk about, like, because we talked about the southern border a lot last week. Back in the days, it would take a long time. You're on foot. So you could be moving from South America into North America, but this is going to take a few generations probably to do that. You know what I'm saying? And by the time, it's not going to be you, it's going to be your descendants. By the time they make it up there, they're like a different peoples. Does that make sense? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? I think a lot of people don't really get that. That's what it is. That's where the confusion is. Everybody wants to say, they want to think that like the Native Americans had to, like, it was one group that was, this is the whole fucking North and South America, bruh. The fuck out of here. Everybody don't even look the same now anywhere you go. Why the fuck would you think that everybody in the Americas all had this like mongoloid look, if you will? Y'all get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. That's another way that we look at history, trying to look at it through like a present day kind of lens. And then they didn't see each other as different. They knew they were like brothers, cousins. They knew they were family. But they as time goes on, your phenotypes change depending on diet, environment, so forth and so on. Anyways, that's that evolution topic that sometimes gets people sensitive. Let's move on to something even more sensitive. The freaking unholy trinity. I think I want to read some comments before I play the video. The fuck, it won't let me open it. Unholy trinity, y'all. Unholy trinity. What do y'all think that means? Those out there that don't know.
Unholy trinity.
It's the name of this book that this guy wrote. It's called Unholy Trinity: The Vatican, the Nazis, and the Swiss Banks. The Darkest Tales of World War II. Written in 2000. So, the banks, and we were talking about IMF and World Bank yesterday. So that's part of the reason why I kind of, so this is related. He mentions that in this, and he also mentions campaign finance was another thing I mentioned in that show when we were talking about the banks and so forth and so on. Like, if we want to have a real democracy, if we want to have a real like representative government, then we have to fucking get the money out of politics. We gotta reform campaign finance. We got to do that completely different. Because the way it is now, private corporations chunk all this money to these people to run for office. They win. They owe the private corporation favors. They already got in cool with the lobbyist person, and that person is like shows up at his office and be like, "Hey, you remember that $30 million we gave you to help you win? There's some legislation coming down the pipe. We want you to, vote this or add this or take this away or whatever, da-da-dee-da-da." And what do you think that person's going to say?
Okay. Okay. Not telling you it's going to be easy, but okay.
Yeah, they're going to say, bet. We're going to work it out. We're going to figure it out. And the other guy, the lobbyist, is going to say, okay, well, make sure you get it done because it's another election coming up. We don't want to have to give our money to somebody else. And that's exactly how it works.
Next cycle, okay? You don't, because see, the politicians can do what they want. They can vote how they want on whatever. And so even if they made deals with these people, but that's okay. The people are like, okay, you know what I'm saying? All right, you didn't vote right on like 2 out of 10 bills. That's too many. So yeah, we got this other guy named Bob, and yeah, we like him better. He's gonna vote 10 out of 10. He gave us his word. He's gonna vote 10 out of 10. So next election, we're putting our money into that guy. Good luck on re-election. Because the guy who has the most money wins every time. Radio ads, TV ads are the holy grail in politics. Who has money for radio and TV ads? Not no regular person that really wants to make a change.
Nope.
They're not going to have that kind of funding. But that crony guy, the guy that's just trying to get paid, or the guy that's trying to, whatever his agenda is, because it's all over the spectrum, that guy who has some kind of agenda that's not involved with helping the people, like in general, he's just looking out for his family and friends and shit. That guy, yeah, he's the guy that's going to have the funding to win that election. That's why the shitty people always win. That guy in New York, bro. That dude who won New York, bro. That black guy. Gosh, I can't state how bad I don't like that guy. Oh my God. And it's like, because I'm black, it's like the black people, because you're black, you're supposed to like him or whatever, or give him a break or whatever. Fuck that. No, he's a piece of shit. I don't give a damn what his skin tone is. That's the problem. That's the problem. Fuck what their skin tone is. What are their policies? What are they doing?
When I had that same conversation, it's like, hey man, I mean, at least they black. Really? Like,
yeah,
you know,
as they stab you to death in the back, as you die slowly.
Yeah,
Well,
like the same type of shit Katan's gonna do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, at least they was black shit. You know, we got black representation now. I can be a Supreme Court justice, or I can be a president, I can be a vice president. You know, my daughter, my son. You know, the fuck out of here, bruh. Meanwhile, this nigga is robbing your ass. You know, that's the reason why they got Obama. He's so fucking smooth, like we played in the other video. He's so fucking smooth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they got him. But look at what, I don't think they knew what the repercussions of what they did was. Like, look at the repercussions of Obama being president. You know, now I'm not even talking about his policies and the shit he did and bombing people and shit like that, and not really doing a goddamn thing for black people. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how the reaction to the nation were like, you know, damn, it's a black guy's president. Like, and then like it led to this, like, I don't know what's to call it, a backlash. You know what I'm saying? Like a racial backlash. Like the United States is slipping away. We're turning too brown. We're like, what the fuck is going on? It was a shock, I think. You know what I'm saying? Even though a lot of white people put Obama in office, they loved that dude. But at the same time, there was a segment of the United States who didn't like the image of the black guy as president. They really had a problem with it. They don't care that he was looking out for them and fucking over like us. That is beside the point. It's a black guy. He's brown. And he's president. Oh, hell no. These uppity niggas, we got to put them in check. I believe that's what happened. And that's what we're seeing. I think that is part of what birthed Trump. And it didn't necessarily birth Trump, but it birthed this populism. And Trump being You know, a lot of people think he's a dumbass.
It was
The
a
guy is not.
reflection. He was a
He's not a
reflection.
dumbass. He took
He was
advantage of the
no Trump.
situation.
Trump was a reflection of their own selves.
Mm-hmm.
These people that was up there, like he gave them
Right.
something to look at that was totally them.
Right.
But
They can
because
identify with him.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but because they're so busy with the covert ways of expressing themselves, and you know, most people aren't, totally honest about who they are, what they feel. And Trump was more so that person that made them, really check themselves, because that's really where we are in the world. That's America.
It makes me sad. Let's watch this in bits because it's kind of heavy. So, oh yeah, that's right. I said I wanted to look at the comments first so I can give an introduction into this topic because this is really heavy stuff right here. It's this is the page is the film archives. I want to read the caption. Damn, it's long as fuck. I'm gonna read some of the caption. It says John Joseph, February 12th, 1950, is an American author, former high-level U.S. government prosecutor, and former Army intelligence officer. He is the president of the Intelligence Summit. He is the president of the Intelligence Summit and president of the Florida Holocaust Museum in St. Petersburg. Loftus is an author of numerous books on purported CIA Nazi connection, including the Belarus Secret and the Secret War Against the Jews, both of which contain material claiming a Bush-Rockefeller Nazi connection. He currently writes a weekly column called Spy View for the Amy magazine. I'm going to read a little bit more. Loftus is the author and co-author of several books on Nazis, espionage, and similar topics, including The Belarus Secret, 1982, Unholy Trinity, How the Vatican's Nazi Networks Betrayed Western Intelligence to the Soviets, 1992, Secret War Against the Jews, How Western Espionage Betrayed the Jewish People, 1994, Unholy Trinity, The Vatican, the Nazis, and the Swiss Banks, 1998. That's the one we're going to cover today. America's Nazi Secret, an inside history of how the United States Department of Justice obstructed Congress by blocking congressional investigation into famous American families who funded Hitler, Stalin, and Arab terrorists. Although Lefty's first book, Belarus Secret, is nonfiction, it was adopted into a TV film, Kojak, The Belarus File, with Telly Savalas. One of the things he said, and like I said, he drops little nuggets in just the way, the words that he used. He said the term, he said Belarusian, and he was talking about Belarus. So I don't know that much about that. I ain't gonna lie. I understand that it basically came about after World War II and the collapse of the Soviet Union, but Belarusian. So is that what Belarus is short for?
See, that part I'm not sure.
That's something he said and then stuck out to me in the video. It caught my ear. I was like, I never heard nobody say that before. Belarusian. And
Yeah,
this guy doesn't make mistakes. Like whatever words or whatever he said, like he's a spook. He doesn't say words by accident or lightly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, how the historians are. They get so excited about all the things that they've learned that they know they ready to let it out and teach people certain things that they know that they don't know. You know what I'm saying? So, but I had a point. Shit, it'll come back around.
Okay, I'm gonna read some more. It says what Loftus had described it as the Belarus secret is that many of the Belarus brigades leaders and unit incorporated into a German SS division were assisted into the United States after the Second World War, thanks largely to the efforts of Frank Wisner. in defiance of federal law. Loftus asserted the Office of Policy Coordinator helped obtain visas for Nazi collaborators from Belarus, who were believed to have facilitated numerous atrocities by the Nazi Germany. According to Loftus, it was all part of a Cold War scheme to wage guerrilla warfare in Soviet-occupied Europe, in which the Nazi collaborators were to play a key role. When the project collapsed, however, the Belarusians quickly settled in and obtained U.S. citizenship, and intelligence agencies protected them from exposure for decades. So yeah, let me read some more. New York Times wrote, there's a question as to whether the author in his zealousness may have not overstated some of his material. He says 300 Belarusian Nazis and even larger number of Ukrainian Nazis were smuggled in, but he fails to draw a distinction between documented war criminals and hangers-on and perhaps other less culpable collaborators. Still, the Belarus Secret is certain to be a valuable source book when Congress reopens hearings into allegations of war criminal cover-up. So this is relevant. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to play this, is because, you know, even though this is old, the whole Ukraine thing makes more sense when you hear this stuff. And then, you know, the whole idea of Nazis in Ukraine, like that's not a new thing. Let me read a little bit more. It says, no, I'm not going to read that because that's just titles. Okay, let me read some comments. It says, evil can only happen when good men do nothing. We are the good people, yet we do nothing. But listen when action should be taken. Oh my God. Bernard Revel, 9 days ago, underneath this particular video. That's a great comment. It's the comment at the top of the video too. Evil can only happen when good men do nothing. We are good people, yet we do nothing. But listen when action should be taken. So that's the thing, you know. That's the thing, you know. That is the thing. You know, when these atrocities happen and you look at history, it was regular people like me and you was there and around during this time. You know, whenever the Nazis was doing what they was doing, you really think the majority of people agreed with them? I don't think so. I really don't. I really don't. I think it was a minority of people who agreed with them, but the majority of people did nothing. They just let it happen.
Well, I mean, that's what most people do. I mean, that's that's common everyday practice. Is that, I mean, you might have somebody has an idea, but the other person has some money. You paint a picture of how you could help this one person, or we can go have a party. A lot of people gonna say, "Fuck it, dude, let's go party." Woo! You know,
Yeah,
instead of, you know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
It's Friday night right now. It's very few people in the stream right now. You know, we got 700 and something views for last night's stream on Facebook, by the way. I don't know why. I don't even have an ad on Facebook right now. I don't know. Titles, I really don't know. I try to think about stuff like that and try to figure out why and how this happens, because I really feel like the show before that was the really good show that we did. What's today? Friday? Whatever show that was, Deuce was like, man, we did a good show. And I was like, yeah, that was a good show. I don't remember how many views we got for that one. But the show we did last night got 700 views on Facebook.
Wow.
700 something views. I don't know. But let me read some more comments here. It says, this is exactly why I'm subscribed to this channel. I knew that our politicians were corrupt, but I didn't know these details. This is the important history that we don't teach you in school. I hope that many people see this very important video. Please keep up the good work. Thank you. Oh yeah, that was the comment I wanted to make. It's Friday night, and like, you know, people, you say go party, and like we're doing mental exercises on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people really want to do that on a Friday night? Let's go party. Let's go get drunk. But see, I'm chilling. I got my sip. I'm sipping tonight. You know what I mean? I'm chilling. So all
What you
I'm
sipping on, bro?
all I'm saying is you can do mental exercises and have a good time at the same time. Why the fuck not? The narrative
Pour me a drink.
the narrative is like, this getting drunk, like this partying is like, that's like living life. That's what's like fun. And it's like, as I've gotten older, like going to the club, do y'all enjoy, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all enjoy going to the club? Y'all done got older now. How do you feel about going to the club?
Well, you talking to somebody that didn't go into a club until basically this year of my life. So, but I didn't really go to a club. I went to a lounge, and I like the vibe where we go and hang out. It's real chill, laid back. I really like that vibe.
So you still enjoy clubbing. What about you, Pat?
I don't really know if that's clubbing though, because it's like it's like a lounge. People are sitting at their own little sections, chilling. You
I
may
don't
get a
enjoy
few
that
females
shit
that
at
dance.
all. What do you
Yeah.
think, Pat?
Well, I'm somewhat claustrophobic, so I'm not really into big groups like that. And you know, every now and then I can, you know, muster up the energy to go and hang out at a
Yeah.
club.
Yeah, I'll do it out of somebody inviting me or
Well,
whatever, something
But
like
I was the
that.
same way,
you
man. I
usually
would
that's
have
something like that. A friend or somebody that's in town that
Yeah.
wants to get out and do something and whatever. So yeah,
I,
you and might get
that's
together for
crazy.
that.
That's the
Because
only
I was the
scenario.
same way, man. I would have like this major like anxiety being in crowds of people, and like it literally controlled me the majority of my life, where I wouldn't go to places like that where my wife would like to enjoy these type of places. And so our anniversary this year, January, we just so happened to stroll in one, and me not knowing what it was, I was like, hey, let's go in there, and have a drink or whatever. And it just kind of opened me up to something. It was like liberating, if you will, because like I would get like extreme anxieties with being in crowds of people and around people. It would exhaust me.
Yeah,
Like I would be
I
nerved up
absolutely
the whole time.
I despise the club, but I'll do a bar. So if it was more like a bar scene, this lounge that you're talking about, then yeah. But if it's too like loud music, a bunch of people, people squirrels together a lot of times, fucking nowhere to sit. All the clubs now, you got to pay for a section to sit down. You got to reserve a damn section, or you ain't gonna have nowhere to sit. You're gonna be standing the whole night.
Yeah.
It's not fun to me at all. Like it's like, and then it's over. Like you pay for parking, you pay to get in there, you pay these overpriced ass drinks. They're playing music I don't like.
For real.
I'm
But
like,
this place here, bro, they bounce around from like they play old school hip hop, R&B. They play the new shit. They even play like a little Tejano. They play, like the popular country songs, and they're like, it's a real chill spot, bro. Like, don't get me wrong, it gets crowded. Like you get your little section, and you think about it. If you go with your wife or your girl and her friends and a couple of your partners, dog, you at $300 right there with
I'm
drinks.
telling you already. But look, Deuce, what I'll say is that not to knock it. I'm not knocking it, but I'll say that you probably just haven't done it enough. I did that shit a lot, bro, clubbing and shit. And after a while, and and I used to do music too, so I was that's the same kind of scene. And it's just fucking, bruh, after a while, it's the same damn scene no matter what club you're at. No matter what, it's the same damn scene. It's boring as fuck. And it's dangerous too, because another thing, whenever I go to those kind of deals, well, back in the days I didn't give a fuck. When I was younger, I go to after hours. I hit the after hours spots. That's probably the most dangerous place you want to go to. But when the club is closing, been my experience. Now you guys, whoever's out there, leave some in the comments. But when it closes, like right at 2 a.m. here in Texas, That's when always shit pops off. Shit is happening in the club. Shit is happening in the parking lot. Like niggas shooting, niggas throwing bottles like it's retarded. You know what I mean? Like not a scene I want to be in. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you strapped, not strapped. I don't give a damn. Why you want to be in this situation where it's fucking like chaos? So I would always leave. I had a rule, and I don't give a damn if you roll with me, and I'm not looking for you at the club either. I'm not finna fucking come find you. I'm leaving before the club closes. It's my rule. I'm not staying to this bitch close. I'm never closing this bitch down because shit always happens after right at 2 a.m. or right around that time. So I'm leaving before that time. Always.
Yeah, ain't it weird how that happens? Just because the club closed 2:51, here goes some other commotion in the church. Or...
I get it. I understand it because I understand people. Like they want the party to keep on going. And some people, that's fun to them. You know, that drama, even the shooting and all that shit, it's fun. They want the party to keep going. It's like the club is like, oh, the party's over, everybody go home. Niggas in the club like, nah. The party's not over. It has just begun. You just don't know.
You just showed up in time for the after party.
Yes, I'm finna set this bitch off. They drunk, they feeling good. The party is not finna end.
Nah, I feel you, bro. I used to think the same. Like I say, I know for me that, you know, it was one of those things where I realized that I had to like overcome anxiety, you know, because I had to show strength for my kids because my daughter was the same way, you know, and so it's like, how can I preach to her to have courage and be strength and you know, and have this strength if
Face
I
your
can't,
fears. Yeah.
yeah, if I can't face my own. And I went in there and I realized that, you know, I have a really good time when we go, bro. Like when me and my wife go, like a lot of times, dude, it just be me and her. We'll get like a little table. We know we're gonna spend every bit of $100, $200, and we'll go in there and chill, have drinks, and like she vibing to the music. I can't really dance. Nah, I'm talking about together.
Total. That's
Total.
cheap, actually. I mean, that's not that bad, actually, because most of I mean, I don't see myself going with just me and one other person spending less than $300 when it's the club, because you have the section, parking, the drinks.
Well, the table that we get, it's a minimum of 150, right? So by the time we have drinks, me and her take a few shots, you know, drinks, you know, with the drinks and all of that, you know, when you're there, you know, we may order something to eat. They have really good food there too, you know, so we may order like some spinach and artichoke dip or some wings, you know what I'm saying? Like we vibe and we like me and her go there by ourselves, bro, and just have so much fun. Like she dance. I can't really dance, but she make me look good, you know, and I have a good time with her, you know, and it's a good time. Nobody is tripping, bro. It's right there on Gray Street. HPD all up and down, like nobody tripping, bro. Like it's literally a good chill spot. Like it's mainly couples that come in there. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a good chill spot. It's called Bell Station. You should check it out. Matter of fact, we doing something for her birthday on Saturday, April 16th. That's where I'll be on her birthday, April 16th. I'm taking off for work, so that's where I'll be at. Come hang out with us before the show.
Man.
We'll see.
Most likely I'll be working, and I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, bro, the only time I show up is if it's like an invitation like this one. Like I don't enjoy it, and I always feel like I wasted money. Every time I feel like I got ripped off. I wasted money and I wasted fucking time.
In order for me to feel comfortable in situations like that, you know, especially like, you know, like you don't like the people you just don't know. I have to be pretty much drunk in order to just be like, fuck them, or, you know, not worrying about what kind of, you know, shit that could be or should be or whatever is. But I don't know. I like, I ain't gonna say I don't like alcohol, but a lot of times I will overdrink or drink more than my share just because of the atmosphere. Trying to keep down the nervous, like I say nervous because I'm not really scared of any of them in there. It's just the whole situation. I don't know. It's just something weird about it.
I feel you. I feel you, bro. Like, I definitely feel you. Like when I first walked, when we walked in there, I'm saying, when you walk in, motherfuckers be looking, they see big boy dressed nice, see the little chick with me, and we chilling, everybody looking. Then like after a couple of drinks, I'm chilling. I'm just like, man, ain't nobody paying attention to me. Like, man, fuck this. Then you go slide to the restaurant, to the bar, and you have a couple of them. Hey, handsome. It's just kind of break the ice. I don't know. It's just it's straight, bro. Like
I said,
wouldn't tell you to go somewhere where I wouldn't go because I know my anxiety. I know how I get in crowds of people, and I generally like people, but it's just having too many around me at one time. Like I get real nervous, antsy. Like I kind of go in like this defensive mode, and it kind of fucks up the whole date night because my wife is like, "Dang, why you like that? Why you look like that? Why like you're not having a good time? Let's go." And then I fuck up her night.
Yeah, and it sucks. I be trying not to do that, and that's what happens. I like adult, like let's say house parties or like even adult clubs, if y'all know what I mean.
Yeah.
But those are gonna always be not so many people, and the total setup and everything is gonna be totally different. People talking to each other and trying to actually kind of get to know each other, like actually having conversations and shit. And in the club, it'd be like some nigga fucking pushing his way to the bathroom, stepping on your shoes or something, or acting like you trying to look at his girl or some stupid shit. Like it's like every second you got to worry about the dumbest niggas popping up. That's that I can't. No.
Hey, but I will tell you a spot to go to before you get back on topic here.
Yeah, you already know
it's a spot called Shoot the Moon. It's a real chill spot. It's a restaurant slash it's a restaurant, and then like you go in there, right? You order your food at the counter. You get like a pay card, like one of those little scan cards, like if you go to Dave and Buster's. And you go up there to the tap, and they got like several beers on tap, different like liquors and wines and stuff like that. And at the end, you just drop the card in the little deal, and they charge you at the end. But like, it's real cool. It's a cool spot, chill spot, nice little spot to take your girl or something like that, And it's kind of like in the uppy area, I-10 and something over there. Just look it up, Google it. Shoot the Moon. It's a nice little spot, chill spot.
All right, let me play a bit of this right here, y'all. Check it out.
Irish Catholic writing books about Jews, Nazis, and Israel. My mother was born in Ireland, and she had an explanation. She said there was an ancient Irish legend that the Irish are the lost tribe of Israel. My dad shook his head and he said, "John, it couldn't possibly be true that we're related because the Jews can't drink and the Irish can't cook."
I also think it is interesting to mention that he's Irish. That but it looks like he's trying to look out for the Jews. But he's also kind of like, okay, he's kind of like an outsider. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as he's comfortable enough to say some of this stuff. I think that being Irish is part of that.
My association is much more mundane. I was a young, ambitious lawyer. I had a great job. I worked for the Attorney General of the United States. And President Carter asked us for volunteers among the Justice Department lawyers to set up a new task force to investigate whether there were any Nazis hiding in America. Now, since I knew absolutely nothing about the subject, I, of course, immediately volunteered.
Nazis in America? They was wondering if there were Nazis in America. Why would they think that?
Well, I thought it would look good on my resume. I thought I might get a free trip to Germany out of it. Instead, my boss discovered that I had some intelligence training when I was an Army officer. Although everyone thinks military intelligence is a contradiction in terms. Nevertheless, that was the qualification that got me the most unusual job in the US government. They raised my security clearances many levels above top secret. My job was to go through all the CIA and NATO intelligence archives for several years to see if I could find any clues to where there might be Nazis hiding in America. Well, I never did get my free trip to Germany. Instead, I got lots of free trips to Suitland, Maryland. Now, Suitland is a nice little town. It's right outside Washington, D.C., and Suitland is where the U.S. government buries its secrets, literally. There are 20 storage vaults underground. Each vault is 1 acre in size. Have you ever seen the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark? Well, the last scene of that movie is what the underground vaults are really like, only not as organized
I might have to
as they are
step
in the
out.
movie.
Well,
And being a typical man, I didn't always stop and ask for direction.
All right.
my headset is dying. Person did.
All right.
But I'll be listening so I can.
All right.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah. So vaults. What do you say, Maryland? So it's like
Suitland, Maryland.
Suitland, Maryland, and then he said each one is like an acre or whatever. I couldn't imagine how big this.
Dude, you think about it, it's 20 of them buried underground. They're an acre in size a piece. And do you realize how big an acre? If you take a house,
I know what an
off
acre
of an
is. It's fucking big as fuck.
Yeah.
My people had acres, so that's how my mind can't imagine. What did he say? 20 of them?
20 of them, 1 acre in size.
Yeah, man, I can't. My brain can't wrap that. I can't. That's a large space. That's a large space right there, full of files. Damn, man, imagine what's in there.
Shit, you may go in there and find yourself in that motherfucker.
A file on your government name. You be like, let me look myself up, and then you go find a file with your name on it. And you like, what the fuck?
Shit, never know. It may tell who you were before you.
Tell you information about you didn't even know about you.
Yeah.
I wonder that when he said that, I tried to imagine how big that space was, and I tried to imagine because it's like, okay, you're gonna have file cabinets or something, right? And then it's gonna be like, it's not gonna be low ceilings. Probably they probably got ladders. I've been in libraries. I'm a library person, so I know how libraries are. So I can only imagine that it would be like in a library. So then it was gonna have stacks of fucking those damn cabinets or whatever you want to call them, probably going up high because they're not going to have low ceilings. So then that means you're going to probably have ladders and whatever lifts in there for you to use to search. So, but then, damn, so you got stacked and stacked and stacks of fucking cabinets, 20 acres wide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try to imagine how much data that is. Like all top secret shit that can't nobody really has access to. Imagine what's in there, bro.
Man,
I'd want to
imagine just trying to get to that motherfucker. How heavily guarded it probably is.
Yeah, ain't no way in hell you get in there. You die first. The only way you get in there is if you got clearance. What was I gonna say?
The president probably doesn't even have clearance to that shit, bro.
Yeah, who knows who got clearance and who doesn't. You got to have high level clearance. Otherwise, you're not getting in. They don't give a fuck. Your badge need to be able to scan into this fucking room, or you're not coming in. And ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. What was I gonna say? He said find stuff about our heritage. I wonder. I think I would look up something like Patrice Lumumba, Muammar Gaddafi. I would look up the Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? If I was able to get in that room or whatever.
Dude, that room right there probably has secrets of everybody that has been killed on a government initiative. and why were they killed, and it would probably give you absolutely nothing leading up to why they should have been killed. It just been collusion and conspiracy.
because
Because
they lay down the facts, because see, like CIA, they need to know what actually fucking happened. You know what I'm saying? That's the way intelligence works, because that's the whole point of intelligence, is knowing what actually literally happened. That way you can, make more plans, make moves for the future. Da, 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 da. So they need to, in those files are going to be what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? It might not be like, oh, we wanted to kill that nigga because of whatever the hell. It's not going to say that. It's just going to say what the hell happened. Exactly, for real, what happened.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love to see some of that shit. Let me play some more of this. Oh, shit, what did I do?
And one day I got really lost and ended up all the way down in the Q vault, where our nuclear warfare documents are stored. And inside the nuclear vault, I stumbled across a group of Nazi files that I wasn't supposed to see, files that no one was supposed to see until the year 2015. And I discovered, much to my embarrassment, that many of the Nazis that I had been assigned to prosecute were already on the government payroll. It was one of those Cold War operations that got all messed up. The British Secret Service had a private meeting with a few chaps from our State Department intelligence. And the British said, look, the Germans are defeated now, the Russians are the new enemy. We have to get ready for World War III. And the British were going to recruit people from all across Eastern Europe, secretly bring them to America for training and send them back behind the Iron Curtain as freedom fighters. So that if World War III ever erupted, we would have an underground army of freedom fighters behind Russian lines. Now, the only problem with the whole freedom fighter project was that the chap in charge of it in Britain was named Kim Philby. Oh, I see some of you get the joke already. Kim Philby, we discovered to our horror years later, Kim Philby was the highest-ranking communist spy ever to infiltrate the British Secret Service. So naturally, Kim Philby was following his orders from Moscow. He wasn't sending anti-communists to America. He was sending us the dregs of the Nazi war criminals of Eastern Europe. And our State Department was too stupid and too gullible to realize they were being conned. Until finally, when Philby showed up at a press conference in Moscow in 1963, our bureaucrats do what all good bureaucrats do. They buried their mistakes. They hadn't told the CIA or the president or Congress what the State Department had done. Now, the State Department couldn't destroy all the top secret Nazi documents because it literally takes too much paperwork to destroy a top secret file.
He's dropping little nuggets like crazy. Damn, hold on. I forgot what I was gonna say. Hold on. Oh, the double spy. That guy was a double spy. I used to read a lot of spy novels and shit like that. Let me close this. Give me a second, because something is crazy going on. Yeah, I used to love to read spy novels and shit. I was into that shit, And so the idea of the double agent is like, every spy novel has a double agent in it. And you don't know who that person is until later. You know what I mean? And it's the craziest thing when you got somebody who's working, like let's say they're working with the State Department of the United States, but they're a Russian agent. You know what I'm saying? And they're really working, they're taking their orders from Moscow, like the guy was saying in the video. Like, but that, the spy novels aren't real. This is real life. Y'all get what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just interesting to me that, that could be a real thing, and you would just think that, that the CIA or the State Department or whatever, they would know if somebody was planning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would think, because we have faith in our, even though we could say we don't like them, or you could say whatever you wanted to about the CIA, FBI, the State Department, but most of us feel like they, there's a lot of smart people that work over there. That's how I feel. The smartest people get those jobs. These are not dumbasses. You're not gonna get a job working as a spook and be a dumbass. It's not gonna happen. Nobody that works in the department is a
You'd be
dumbass.
surprised though. You'd be surprised how many motherfuckers they probably hire that are true dumbasses. But you know,
I don't think so. I really don't. But that just shows how, like, spy versus spy, how complex all of this shit is. You know what I mean? You got a room full of really smart people, and they don't know one of the guys that's in there is a double agent.
He wasn't sending anti-communists to America. He was sending us the dregs of the Nazi war criminals of Eastern Europe. And our State Department was too stupid and too gullible to realize they were being conned. Until finally, when Philby showed up at a press conference in Moscow in 1963, our bureaucrats do what all good bureaucrats do. They buried their mistakes. They hadn't told the CIA or the president or Congress what the State Department had done. Now, the State Department couldn't destroy all the top secret Nazi documents because it literally takes too much paperwork to destroy a top secret file. But you can misfile them.
See, that's
why all the Nazi files ended up down in the nuclear vaults, where no one was supposed to find them until I was.
That was a nugget when he said, it takes more paperwork to destroy the stuff. You know what I'm saying? That was a nugget right there. So it's kind of like basically what you have to try to understand is that the data is out there for everything that happened. You know what I'm saying? The data is there. It's just classified.
Stupid enough to stumble across them some 4 decades later. I looked at some of the famous American names who had been innocently involved with this freedom fighter project. I knew it would be a huge scandal, but maybe.
Wait, let me take it back because I chopped him up. So this is the part me and Pat was talking about a little bit earlier, how he can just randomly found these files.
But you can misfile them. That's why all the Nazi files ended up down in the nuclear vaults, where no one was supposed to find them until I was stupid enough to stumble across them some 4 decades later. I looked at some of the famous American names who had been innocently involved with this freedom fighter project. I knew it would be a huge scandal, but maybe I'm a thick-headed Irishman, but I figured that my dad's generation didn't fight World War II to make America safe for Nazi retirement. But I followed the law. I went to the CIA and the Pentagon, and I asked all the intelligence agencies for legal permission to go public. A lot of people may knock America, but you live in one of the few countries in the world that has the guts to admit its mistakes and correct them. And I was very, very proud of my country the day the CIA called the Justice Department and said that I had permission to speak. Now, what do you do when you have a crazy story like this? Nazis in America. I pick up the phone and I call 60 Minutes.
So, wait a minute. Let's back that up. I have permission to speak. And before that, he said, you live in a country where they're willing to make up for their mistakes. What did he say? Let me play that again.
they're willing to own up to their mistake and fix it. Go ahead. Yeah, you go back.
Yeah. Well, since when? Since when do they do that?
World War II to make America safe for Nazi retirement. But I followed the law. I went to the CIA and the Pentagon, and I asked all the intelligence agencies for legal permission to go public.
Legal permission to go public with some classified information? That's a red flag.
A lot of people may knock America, but you live in one of the few countries in the world that has the guts to admit its mistakes and correct them.
Really?
And I was very, very proud of my country the day the CIA called the Justice Department and said that I had permission to speak. Now, what do you do when you have a crazy story like this? Nazis in America. I pick up the phone and I call 60 Minutes. We had a great time. Mike Wallace gave me 30 minutes on his show. It's the longest segment that 60 Minutes has ever done. And when the episode about Nazis in America went on the air back in 1982, it caused a minor national uproar. Congress demanded hearings. Mike Wallace got the Emmy Award. My family got the death threats. It was a great trade-off. But I figured I'd done my Boy Scout duty. I left Washington and
How lightly he said my family got death threats. I
kind of stuck out to me too, and I'm sure he's not lying about that. But his lightheartedness about the subject is kind of strange to me.
I went back and joined the largest corporate law firm in Boston. Time to get on with my life. Then a funny thing happened. It seemed as if every retired intelligence agent in NATO started showing up at my law firm. They all had these wonderful stories to tell, because I guess there weren't many lawyers running around who had SI and cosmic security clearances. So the deal is they could talk to me anonymously under the attorney-client privilege, but my legal requirements are every book I write has to be submitted first for censorship through the intelligence community.
Every book he writes has to be submitted for censorship through the intelligence community. So this is interesting. So working in a law firm, these people who have been, these are ex-CIA like types, ex-spooks. They get to come to him and tell him stories of stuff that they wanted to get off their chest that they don't have nowhere else. They legally can't do it. And probably will be killed for it. So, they get to come to him and tell them under anonymity. And then he submits his writings back to the CIA. They take out what they don't want or whatever, or maybe change it up a bit, and then it can be published. Y'all understand?
Uh-huh.
So I was a safe middleman for many men and women in the intelligence community who wanted to be whistleblowers but do it legally. And they had some amazing stories to tell. One of the stories that I was not allowed to write about in my first book was how the Nazis actually got to America from Europe. And the CIA said, no, you can't ever write about the Vatican. I'm an Irish Catholic. And when they told me I couldn't write about it, it only annoyed me. So as a good lawyer, I found the loophole. We had a young British kid who spoke fluent Serbo-Croatian. Now, I knew that the Vatican had actually had a network of Croatian Catholic priests who had set up a rat line, a smuggling system for the British Secret Service.
Okay, I have to slow down because, like I say, he's talking really fast. Y'all have to he's dropping nuggets like crazy. Earlier when he said we had a boy who could speak Croatian. Yes. Yeah, that's in I have we had an agent guy on the ground. We had an undercover.
Okay. I'm an Irish Catholic. And when they told me I couldn't write about it, it only annoyed me. So as a good lawyer, I found the loophole. We had a young British kid who spoke fluent Serbo-Croatian.
You saw the pause before he said young British kid?
Yeah, because he couldn't give the actual nationality of this kid because he know this kid could be looked up or they could narrow it down.
Well, I knew
so he
that
had to say British.
The Vatican had actually had a network of Croatian Catholic priests who had set up a rat line, a smuggling system for the British Secret Service. And so the Nazis would go from Germany to Austria. There was a whole network of convents and monasteries that would take them down to Rome, to the port of Genoa, where ships were chartered to sail them to Australia or Latin America or Canada, eventually to the United States. So my young...
Basically an underground railroad for Nazis through the Vatican.
Friend went around with a tape recorder posing as a young Croatian fascist. And these old priests bragged into this tape recorder how the smuggling program had worked. Then I went back to CIA and said, look, they blew the whistle on themselves. You can't stop them now.
See what he did? Sent an agent within the Vatican to get the information that he wanted to spill.
So it was lots of fun. We got all sorts of documents declassified, and the book became Unholy Trinity. It's about the Vatican, the Nazis, and the Swiss banks. There's still scandals going on. I hope people understand that 99% of the Catholic Church had no involvement with this. This was a small group of right-wing, ultra-conservative Italian clerics.
Yeah, fucking right.
Who disgraced the Catholic Church with their attitudes both during and after the war. So the book was very controversial, but it's been published now in, I guess, 12 or 13 languages. And, I think abroad it's published under the title Ratlines. It was made into a film over here. But that was sort of fun. But that's 2 books about Nazis. And, this was kind of interfering with my law practice. And let's face it, Nazi hunting is not exactly a growth industry, is it?
I wonder why.
But by this time, I'd become very friendly with a lot of men and women in the intelligence community. And they had sponsored me to join their retired spy clubs. And I tried very politely to tell them to go away. I just didn't want to do this stuff anymore.
That part right there is another part that stuck out to me because, like that, I don't think he's being honest here. He says that, okay, these ex-spooks inviting him to these places and all of this stuff, and like he don't want to do it anymore. What are you talking about, bro? You done started down this road. Like, I don't know. That part right there, he sounds disingenuous right there.
And one day one of them said, John, you don't get it. If you think what we did with the Nazis was bad, let us tell you what we did to the Jews. I heard them out and I read their files. And one day I went home and told my wife I was leaving the practice of law. For the rest of my life, I was going to be the lawyer for these men to take $1 from each of them and help these men and women get their stories told. You see, I believe that 1/3 of the 20th century was classified. It's buried down in those vaults. So as a case study, I asked nearly 500 intelligence agents to tell me every dirty trick we ever pulled on Israel. Thought it'd be a nice little book. It ended up to be almost 700 pages. Don't worry, you don't have to read the whole book. We put bulleted paragraphs at the beginning of each chapter that summarizes it. So you can skim the whole book in 10 or 20 minutes.
Wait, let me.
We did that for the press.
Okay, that was another nugget. And it's like, okay, so write the book, put those little bullets. They're just gonna read the bullets, put the good stuff in there. You know what I'm saying? Wait, hold on. I wanted to make a comment and I lost it. What did he say? Fuck. I'm gonna just let it play because I forgot.
But there is a theme to the book, and it's towards Israel. What's our foreign policy towards Israel? Well, everyone knows America's on Israel's side. We really are.
That's what it was. Yeah. So this is what's interesting about this part of what he has to say is that I found interesting that I didn't really know because I always felt like the United States was, Israel is a little United States. Like they're doing the same thing that the United States did, and they're little baby United States. So like, and then we're connected to them in a lot of ways. We sell them weapons, and I don't know why we give them so much money every year. So, my view of the connection between the United States and Israel is like extreme buddy. So this stuff that he's going to say here was a little bit surprising to me.
We non-Jews, Republican, Democrat, we consistently keep electing congressmen and senators who support Israel's cause in the Middle East. We send more of our tax dollars to Israel than any other nation on earth. We're not the problem. The problem is that for the better part of the 20th century, our State Department and our intelligence community had a radically different foreign policy. They had said, whatever we might say about liking the Jews in public, it really is in America's long-term national interest to obtain the cheap and consistent supply of oil. It's not about conspiracy. It's not about bigotry. It's about oil. It's about greed. If Moses had turned right and settled in Kuwait, we probably would have made Israel the 51st state, but they had no oil. They had no oil, and part of the price that the Arab nations wanted us to pay was to give them intelligence assistance in their wars with Israel.
Man, there's so many nuggets up in there, but like my brain is going at 1,000,000 miles a minute. I can't really even think straight because he's dropping so much shit. And it's like, okay, so like he said, the State Department didn't okay, so like our national government, our national image, our national pivot on Israel stands here, but then our CIA, our infrastructure has a totally different view on Israel.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was saying earlier is, the president changes over and over. These people be the same, over years and years and years. So who you think's agenda is more likely to be successful over time? The presidents or some guy who's the boss of the CIA?
And sad to say, American intelligence agreed. The bottom line was harsh. In every war that Israel fought, American intelligence fought on the Arab side. We wiretapped Israel's communications. We betrayed them to the Arabs. Probably the worst thing we ever did to Israel was the time we did nothing. And that happened in 1973. US code breakers had deciphered a Russian telegram from their embassy in Lebanon, and that telegram revealed to us the exact hours, dates, time, and place of an upcoming Arab sneak attack against Israel. The implication was clear. Israel was about to be crushed under a wave of Arab military. A decision was made in the Nixon White House not to tell the Jews. You see, Henry Kissinger, although he was Jewish himself, was very angry at Israel at the time. Kissinger had been trying to put together a comprehensive Middle East peace solution, keep the Arabs happy so the oil would flow. And the stiff-necked Israelis were whining about picky little details like security. So Kissinger was furious. He agreed that Israel should not be warned until the last hours or two before the attack. And even then, they would have to hold their lines and wait for the Arabs to fire the first shot. Now, the decision to hold information back caused an enormous amount of Israeli casualties. And Kissinger later discussed with one of his friends that the idea was to let Israel, quote, get bloodied a little bit, but come out ahead. Kissinger wanted to slap the wrists of the Israeli leaders so they'd be more cooperative. Now, in addition, Kissinger went to the Secretary of Defense and he asked him to stall off sending any American supplies to Israel for the first 7 days of the Yom Kippur War. Why 7 days? Israel only had a 7-day battle stock of ammunition. And by the 7th day, Kissinger predicted, the Israeli leaders would be on their knees ready to sign any piece of paper that Kissinger put in front of them, no matter how pro-Arab. But the Arabs would be happy and the oil would flow. Now, Kissinger wasn't a bigot. He wasn't even a particularly evil man. He was just a military incompetent. Kissinger didn't realize that his little pressure games weren't causing Israel to bleed a little bit. It started a hemorrhage that almost destroyed the nation. But luckily, there was one guy in the White House that saved Israel. No, it wasn't Richard Nixon. Don't even get me started on Richard Nixon. Actually, in my own defense, when I first wrote this book, The Secret War.
Wait, are y'all hearing this? Because he jumps back from like heavy stuff into light stuff, and then he hits you quickly, and so like, damn it, I lost it. Fucking I'm over here smoking and drinking and shit. It's Friday night. Woohoo! What did he say? Hold on. He said, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me get this back. Oh, what I wanted to say was, like, what do y'all think about the Ukraine situation? Like, he's explaining how there was like a war type thing about to happen, and CIA had all this information about it, and they could have manipulated the outcome, and really they did manipulate it still. So how many other kinds of like, situations happen like that around the world, do you think? Do you think the CIA has any influence or, on this Ukraine situation?
I'm pretty sure they do, bro. All of this shit is for gain. And look at how Biden played around with Zelensky. If you get over, what was it? Get rid of such and such and such, we'll give you the $1 billion. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, listening to this guy talk, like I say, my brain goes fucking like because he's dropping nuggets like crazy, and it's like I think about the behind the scenes because we on the news, of course, we know the narrative is what it is, and of course, it's gonna only be a little fraction of what's actually happening. But this guy's giving us a little window into this particular situation. But that makes me think about all the other situations that probably played out similarly. He said they had information of an attack that was going to happen, and they didn't share that information, and it caused a whole bunch of casualties.
Yeah.
So, like, how much, if you having information like that can help you manipulate a situation and how an outcome comes out. And you saw how he was talking about how they was using it as leverage, the information. You know what I'm saying? And talking about, I want to make them suffer a little bit so they can be some more submissive. Like, I guess they was trying to be too big in their pants. You know what they say? You too big for your britches. But these are actual people dying. This is not like, somebody getting a whooping or getting spanked. No, this is warfare, and people are dying. Old people, young people, children, babies. So, but they don't look, it's like the way they look at things is they don't give a fuck. Doc, Pat says, just think of the top spy just happened to become president. Yeah, exactly. And he's gonna he skims over this shit, the connections of who is who, but he's gonna talk about that. Let me let this play some more. He's gonna talk about the connections with the names a bit, but like the implication of the CIA, like what Pat's saying, becoming freaking president.
Were released from the National Archives. My favorite Nixon tape is where he turns to a friend of his in the Oval Office and said, if I were to drop an atomic bomb on Tel Aviv, there would still be American Jews stupid enough to vote for.
Yeah,
what are we in for them to put the tow missile?
No, I'm saying I think you skipped ahead some on it.
Oh, I did on purpose, but I wanted to hear them talk. When he talks about those missiles, that's really important because that's the kind of shit that be happening that don't nobody really, and then the news tell you something different. So I wanted to get that. He was talking about Nixon, and I didn't really want to get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he wasn't saying nothing on that part.
Alexander Haig.
That's cool.
On the morning of the first day of the Yom Kippur War, General Haig called his Israeli counterpart and warned him of what Kissinger was up to. No supplies for 7 days. It was a catastrophe. And then General Haig told the Israelis a secret. The U.S. Army had just perfected a new top secret weapon called the tow missile. Now, the tow missile is a dandy little toy. It's like a Nintendo game. You have these electronic binoculars attached to a cable in the back of the missile. And as the missile flies downrange, it unwinds almost 2 miles of cable behind it. So as you follow an enemy tank with your binoculars up and down hill and around a tree, you're actually steering the missile up and down hill and around a tree. And a 13-year-old kid can trace runaway enemy tanks at full speed and kill them 97 times out of 100. To this day, the tow missile is one of the deadliest anti-tank systems on the planet.
Have you ever even heard of that?
No.
And then he said 97 out of 100. That means that's like accurate as fuck. So how much of this is being used? I saw some clips from Ukraine where some inside of Ukraine where a bunch of tanks was all fucked up. I wonder.
Al Haig said he'd give the tow missile to Israel behind Kissinger's back. On the evening of the first day of the Yom Kippur War, an unmarked plane flew 41 Israeli army commanders to a secret base inside Fort Benning, Georgia. I know about this part of the story firsthand because I was there. You see, I was the young army officer who trained the Israelis in the tow missile system. We rushed the Israelis through a crash course at Fort Benning.
Wait, pause. You trained them? Let's play that again.
Day of the Yom Kippur War, an unmarked plane flew 41 Israeli army commanders to a secret base inside Fort Benning, Georgia.
Israeli army commanders.
I know about this part of the story firsthand because I was there. You see, I was the young army officer who trained the Israelis in the
You trained the Israelis?
TOW missile system.
In the TOW missile system?
We rushed the Israelis through a crash course at Fort Benning, and then we stripped every TOW missile we had from the eastern seaboard of the U.S., and we flew them to Israel at night. As Oliver North later discovered, you can pack a lot of TOW missiles into one or two aircraft. And at first, we thought the Israelis had screwed up. We wanted them to put the TOW missiles at a defensive barrier around the major Israeli cities to save as many lives as possible. And instead, those crazy Jews took all of the TOW missiles and dumped them at two spots out in the desert.
Pause. Crazy Jews? Are we talking about Israelis? Are we talking about Jews?
And they were right. Israeli intelligence knew that the entire Egyptian tank army was about to...
I understand, but just ask yourself that question.
...come roaring up the Sinai for the final assault on Israel. But all of those hundreds and hundreds of Egyptian tanks and armored personnel carriers would have to go through either the Mitla or the Gitla Pass. And when they did, the TOW missiles were waiting just in time. They had just arrived a few hours earlier. It was one of the greatest tank slaughters in modern military history. But to protect Al Haig, the government of Israel told you a cover story. They told you that the Israeli Air Force had blown up all those hundreds of Egyptian tanks. That's good shooting. So good, in fact, the American Air Force got jealous. The U.S. government actually sent a team of American officers to Israel to walk the battlefield. But there was a problem. They couldn't find any holes on the tops of the Egyptian tanks. They hadn't been hit from the sky at all. They'd been blown up from the side. That was the first combat deployment of the TOW missile.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc?
Had you ever heard any of that before? This is all new to me. The stuff about the TOW missile, the stuff about, like, basically the CIA having a problem with Israel or whatever. And then our main government, our executive government being cool with Israel, but then the State Department or, the CIA folks not. And then I think Trump showed, because the CIA motherfuckers, they didn't like Trump, huh? They tried to smash his ass, right? I think that was the first time I noticed that there's a divide between like our main executive government and our the CIA or whatever. Because with Trump, it seemed like they were attacking him like crazy. It was a bunch of weird shit that was going on though, because that guy, remember the guy who went in front of the Senate talking about Hillary Clinton or whatever? And then later on, they were saying that that's what caused Hillary Clinton to lose and shit, because he came out talking about all this stuff right before the election and shit, and they were all mad at him and shit. I can't remember his name right now, but he was like the CIA boss. He was a boss over there. He was a boss of the spooks. He was a spook boss. But still, as when Trump got in there, though, when he started doing this, that, and the other, you could see how it was internal pressures pushing against stuff that he was doing. And I think that was coming from them, the CIA people and shit. They wasn't feeling what the stuff that Trump was doing. Anybody here? Anybody feeling me, hearing me, or whatever? Somebody make a comment. Help me. Pat says they know everything that is going on in Ukraine. I'm sure they do. And not only do they know what's going on, but because if data, information, just like this guy is showing, how you can manipulate the situation, not having that data. Because if you have information that they don't have, you can help them or hurt them, whichever side. So then that's also a way to manipulate the situation to go in a direction that you want it to go in. That's the point of me playing this video. So this guy is a spook. And then it's like, this is approved information, but it's still top secret, if you will. You know, he's allowed to say this stuff. Doc says 45 wanted to get out of other people's countries bullshit and make money for America. That's why they CIA, NWA didn't like him. Yeah. And a lot of the stuff, because see, look, this is the thing about this, you know, I'd be talking about the private corporations all the time. So what are the interests of the CIA? You know what I'm saying? What are the interests of the CIA? So, and then we talked about the banana wars last week. CIA was all up in that. And then you had the military, US military all up in that. So it's like private corporations interests the CIA. I'm making a fucking theory. This is me conspiracy theory. I think the CIA is like an arm of certain private interests. And these private interests have zero or very little to do with the interests of, like, let's say, the American people. You know what I'm saying? The United States, even the government. Like, it don't have not, like, you know, whatever their agendas are is not to benefit the American people or the United States government or anything like that. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I follow you.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing when I heard him talking about this shit when he dropped that Jew about Israel.
Yeah, what are you saying? Go ahead. I need to rest my
No, I was
voice.
just saying how he dropped the Jew about Israel, how the CIA had that issue with Israel, but they lead you to believe that the U.S. backs Israel and this and that. But yeah.
Right. But see, that's what's surprising about this video, and that's why I wanted to play it today, because I didn't know that. And I really had no idea. I always thought that the United States was just, you know, we love Israel. We love, you know, and then we don't like, I always felt like, you know, besides my history, stuff that I've learned, but I always felt like, you know, the United States didn't like Nazis. We're cool with the Jews. You know what I'm saying? We're cool with Israel. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? Overall. But this guy is saying something different. But it also has to do with the divide of the CIA versus our government. Because I don't, you know, in your mind, you want to think that like the CIA and the government should be working together, right? Shouldn't they be having the same agendas? Right? Isn't the CIA a department of the government?
So we think.
Let me read the comments. Pat says, when every branch of government has a problem with the president, means to me that he is not an agent. And I think that's true about Trump, because, you know, love him or hate him, you know, them hating him or giving him a hard time just shows that he was trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? And I think that like Trump is a complicated person. Like he had his private interests, of course, looking out for his friends and family and buddies and cronies. But he also has little pet projects and stuff that he really did care about. Stuff that was related to the American, being in the United States, stuff that he really cared about, that he really wanted to try to help with, being that he was president. Like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna look out for my niggas. I got y'all. But it's a couple things I would like to do while I'm in here. And the State Department is like, nigga, hell no. No, stop. Doc says CIA mandate is to promote American democracy supremacy, restrict the spread of communism, China, Russia, and control the opium trade in the Middle East to finance American black book assets. I have to think about that a bit, because that comment is saying that the CIA and the United States government is on the same boat with everything. And what this guy is saying, this clearly they aren't. And also, I think Trump was an example that they aren't. Not on all topics, not on all subjects. I think in some areas they divert. And it may be a lot of areas. Like, we don't even know. Because, like I say, this guy is telling me stuff I never heard before. Doc says he was trying to make a change, agree with his ideas of change, or my similar agendas, different approaches. I don't know. But then the argument is, what I always be saying is, how can you separate the corporations from the government anyways? Sometimes, where's the line? Where is the line? It's a revolving door. They get off of work as a senator, and next year they work for Nestle or ExxonMobil. So fuck. Last year I was a congressman. Next year and then the year after that I become a lobbyist for one of the corporations. So it's like, like I say, revolving door. There's a gray area where you separate the corporations from government, especially the way it's set up right now. But this CIA thing, as far as from what this guy is saying, because he helped me realize some things after I watched this video, because I started thinking about Trump more and more and more, and how in the news and how in the media they was mashing on him, making fun of him and saying he's dumb, he's stupid, Kofifi, and all of this shit. And I feel like that was the CIA, really. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that was, you know what I'm saying? The United States within itself attacking itself, because the interest of Trump was not in aligning with their interests, trying to export, because we was just played the Bernie Sanders clips earlier with the companies moving, they're making microchips and they're exporting the production outside of the United States and making all of this fucking money and all of this bullshit. Trump was like, fuck that. Trump was like, no, hell no. Y'all need to pay these people here. Stop fucking do it. That's bullshit. That was one of the things he was saying. So I think that, being that what my conspiracy theory I was saying earlier, where the CIA is looking out for the corporations more, the corporations make more money by sending the manufacturing overseas. So the CIA is looking out for that. Trump is like, nah, bring back the manufacturing over here. CIA says, Trump, you're stupid. Make all the media about him being a dumbass. Doc says, remember, CIA technically has absolutely no jurisdiction or ability to work independently within borders of the U.S. I'm sure that's true, but I'm also sure that the CIA don't give a damn about what's legal and what's not. They're working with fucking secret, top secret, fucking spy, double spy shit. Ain't no law in this. Pat says, at some point, the U.S. didn't like Nazis, but in recent years, they have made alliances with terrorists. I don't think it's recent years, Pat. And that's what this guy is talking about. He's talking about some shit that happened way back in World War II. That's a pretty good number of years ago. Doc says, I think the CIA has become an extension of the NWO and less an American thing. Okay, the New World Order. Yes. Okay, Doc. So now we're speaking the same language, because I think you're right. Because, like I say, Endgame is in play right now. The pinch is in play right now. You know what I'm saying? So, New World Order, CIA, that sounds like them two would go together. Let me play some more.
And I tell that story to illustrate that sometimes American Jews don't know who your friends are and who your enemies are. One of the old spies said that Henry Kissinger should be compelled to change his religious affiliation from Jewish to self-promotion. That may be a bit unfair to poor Henry, who was, after all, only following a consistent American diplomatic policy of siding with the Arabs.
Okay, again, he snuck in a little nugget.
Friends are and who your enemies are. One of the old spies said that Henry Kissinger should be compelled to change his religious affiliation from Jewish to self-promotion.
So, again, that's a little sneaky little nugget right there. And I really hope people can understand how somebody can just take up a costume and pretend to be something so that they can get the privileges of that thing. Or put on a costume, pretend to be something to avoid persecution or avoid the consequences of their actions even. I'm trying to be careful with my words, but hopefully y'all hear me. Doc says we're still solidly in the mid game. Pat says 40, 50 years or recent years. I guess, Pat. That's the numbers.
That may be a bit unfair to poor Henry, who was, after all, only following a consistent American diplomatic policy of siding with the Arabs. In the long run, it was about money. There's a few pages in my book, The Secret War Against the Jews, that talked about an unusual banking system some of my intelligence friends had stumbled across. I'm going to break a major news story today with you.
Wait, there was a line from Immortal Technique in one of his songs, and he said basically every American United States president is a money launderer. And that line, in that song, it didn't even rhyme with nothing. Like it was like he literally just wedged that into the song. But that line fucking ring in my head, and I think about it. You know, money launderer. He says every American president is basically a money launderer. What the fuck is Immortal Technique talking about? I'm like thinking about this shit, thinking about it. So that shit took me down some rabbit holes, but he's finna explain some of that right here. So like the name of this book that he's talking about is the book he wrote, Unholy Trinity, the Vatican, the Nazis, and the Swiss banks. So it's the banks is a big part of this whole thing.
It seems that during World War II, the leading Nazi industrialists secretly owned a bank in New York City. That bank was dissolved in 1951. However, the records are clear. The Nazi bank in Manhattan was run by President Bush's father, Prescott Bush, and by Herbert Walker, his grandfather. The Bush family was on the wrong side of World War II. Now, we need to put this in perspective. These are serious, serious charges. We have them. The ownership of the Nazi bank proved from 3 different sources. The Bush membership in the board of that bank is a matter of public record. Let's put it back in context. After World War I, the leading German steel magnate, August Thyssen, was very upset because the Allies seized some of his companies for war reparations. And he was determined never to have this happen in the next war. So he set up a series of banks. One in Berlin, named after himself, the August Thyssen Bank. One in Holland, which had been neutral during World War II. That was the Bank voor Scheepvaart und Handel. And then a bank in Manhattan, the Union Banking Corp. So no matter which side won the next war, his corporations could move their stocks and bonds from one bank to the other. Now, he even trained his 2 sons that they would have to preserve the family business in the next war. So he told one son that he would be a Nazi and the other son that he would be a neutral. So no matter...
Yeah, are y'all hearing this?
Which side won the war, the Thyssens would win. Now, the first thing the Thyssen family needed was money. So they went to a major investment firm, Brown Brothers Harriman, in Manhattan. Now, this firm was founded by Herbert Walker, and he merged with a British firm, Brown Brothers, with a major Democratic firm, Harriman. The Democrats have their own scandal here as well. Averill Harriman's brother, Roland Harriman, was also on the board. It is a matter of public record that Brown Brothers Harriman helped American investors move billions of dollars into Germany during the 20s and 30s. The German currency was worthless, but German stock was worth a fortune because Germany had almost a high-tech patent monopoly on all these advanced trade processes. So the Brown Brothers Harriman helped organize the flow of money into Germany from some famous American families like the Rockefellers, the Fords, and the DuPonts.
And I had heard about Rockefeller, Ford, and DuPont before, related to the Nazis and the banks, but I hadn't heard of the Thyssers.
Now, none of these people, the Bushes The Fords and Rockefellers were pro-Nazi. They actually favored the conservative monarchist and Catholics party in Germany. But they did fund Hitler as a side bet because he was useful to keep the unions at bay. So in 1923, money flowed from Brown Brothers Harriman in New York to the Dutch Bank to Berlin. Now, we have traced from the Dutch Bank directly to the Nazi Party headquarters. That's where the money came from to build the very first Nazi Party headquarters, the Brown House in Munich. Fritz Thyssen later admitted that he was the man who financed Hitler's first campaign. The Thyssen family were the great steel and coal combines of Germany. They were the heart of the Third Reich's armament industry. They were actually larger and wealthier than the famous Krupp family.
The way they spell it on there is Tyson, and he's pronouncing it Thyssen. Would it be the same people that do the chicken here?
But the Thyssen name was kept quiet. Now, as Hitler came to power, the Thyssens were making a fortune. But the problem was they were a little concerned that Hitler would push the German economy to its limits and cause a great deal of inflation. So the Thyssens betrayed Hitler. They started to move their money out in the 30s. In essence, it was a huge tax fraud. They would sell one of their companies, for example, the Holland America Investment Company, to the Bushes, supposedly a neutral bank in New York, not knowing that the Thyssens secretly owned both banks. It looked like the Thyssens were losing money. So the Bushes would buy the banks, the companies from the Thyssens, and they'd set up American branches. Prescott Bush was the head of several of the companies that were actually directly owned by the Thyssen people. Now, Hitler suspected that the Thyssens were cheating him right and left. And Thyssen was smart. By the time that Hitler declared war on Poland, Thyssen figured the game was up, and he fled the country and proclaimed himself to be an anti-Nazi. The truth was he was making profit on both sides, as were the Rockefellers, as were the Fords and DuPonts and Bushes. To be fair, once they had invested in Germany, what they were going to do, they couldn't emigrate with a steel mill. Their money was trapped there. So rather than take the loss, some very greedy people made a war profit. And while American and British soldiers died, they were making millions. To hide his records from the British, Thyssen moved them to the Dutch Bank during World War II. Now, when the Nazis overran Holland, the Thyssens had to hide the records again, so they moved them back to the August Thyssen Bank in Berlin, because there had been a Nazi custodian appointed who was actually another Thyssen employee. So they hid all the secret stock ownerships for the New York Bank and the Dutch Bank, and they hid all the bank accounts in these underground vaults in the Thyssen Bank in Berlin. Now, the US government was also studying the matter, and our alien property custodians decided that this little New York bank that the Bushes ran was the subsidiary of a Dutch bank. And once the Dutch overran Holland, it was a Nazi bank. So believe it or not, the US government quietly seized President Bush's father and grandfather's business holdings as Nazi fronts. These properties were quietly returned after the war, because after all, they were just Dutch banks. When the Dutch got their bank back, so did the Bushes. Of course, it wasn't a Dutch bank at all. It never was. It was always secretly owned by the leading Nazi industrialists in Europe. The comic opera continued. In 1951, the Allied investigators finally gave up trying to find the missing Thyssen money. Fritz Thyssen, the Nazi brother, was actually held in an American prison in Germany for more than 4 years.
American prison in Germany.
Where did the money go? He said, oh, the Nazis took all my money. You know, I don't own anything anymore. You know, it all went out to relatives and things. I don't have anything. So he was lying through his teeth. He said, I don't have any foreign bank accounts. Well, that was technically true. He didn't have foreign bank accounts. He owned foreign banks.
He didn't own foreign bank accounts. So he technically wasn't lying. Let me read. It says, I ran a stolen valor, a guy wearing an army uniform, into a restaurant. He was wearing campaign medals from the Vietnam War. and claimed a unit that I knew was disbanded in 1993. The guy was like 26 and about 40 pounds too heavy to even run a mile. Yeah, so he was lying. Trivia. Fanta is the German invention of the Coca-Cola company. The guy running the factory, Max something, has shortages because of the war, so they come up with this as an alternative. He came up with this as an alternative. Okay. Yeah. So are y'all getting this? Like it's a lot going on here. You know what I mean? This guy Tyson, one of the kids, get arrested. They're like, where the fuck is all that money, you know? And he's like, I don't have no money. And they're like, and he's like, you ain't got no foreign bank accounts? No, I ain't got no foreign bank accounts. Yeah, but he got a bank here in the United States that's his, but looks like it's owned by the Bushes of all people. And so like, and then the other part where he was talking about how they was making sure that they would win no matter who won the war, both sides, right? Like, and then these fake banks in 3 different countries where they can move money back and forth regardless of what happens. Y'all understand? Are y'all following this?
Yeah.
So one of the reasons that Tyson got away with it was that he had a very good lawyer. And his lawyer was Alan Dulles. Now, Alan Dulles was in charge of U.S. intelligence investigations in Germany after the war. It was very convenient because Alan Dulles was also the lawyer for the Tysons and also the lawyer for the Bushes.
What a coinky dink.
The law firm of Sullivan Cromwell, to which Alan Dulles and his brother belonged, was actually the law firm that handled most of these bank transactions and set up the companies. They were the people who helped direct American investment in Germany during the 20s and 30s. And now it's up to the Dulles brothers to help their clients get their money back.
See, again, he talks fast. There's a lot there. Let me take it back.
I follow what he's saying. I don't know if other
After the war, it was very convenient because Alan Dulles was also the lawyer for the Tysons and also the lawyer for the Bushes. The law firm of Sullivan Cromwell, to which Alan Dulles and his brother belonged, was actually the law firm that handled most of these bank transactions and set up the companies.
Okay, so the lawyer was the same lawyer, and then the law firm was the law firm that handled the bank transactions. Do y'all understand? Are y'all getting this? Like, basically this is like illegal, bro. Like it's insider, you know, like everybody outside doesn't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on. This is all like, it's gonna appear to be something else happening while this is what's actually happening. Does that make any sense? Like that, you know, it's making illegal shit look legal.
They were the people who helped direct American investment in Germany during the 20s and 30s. And now it's up to the Dulles brothers to help their clients get their money back. In particular, the Rockefellers had a huge chunk of money in Brown Brothers Harriman, which the Bushes had invested in the Thyssen Empire. And the Rockefellers had no sense of humor about going broke. They wanted their money back. And so in 1951, everything had quieted down. Alan Dulles and his brother were about to become members of the Eisenhower administration. The New York bank that the Bushes ran was quietly liquidated. Now, the Bush...
I have to pause for a moment. He said one of the brothers was becoming some kind of powerful position. And we know that the Bushes all had powerful positions. He's just talking about the banks and the Nazis and shit. That's beside the point of these people being presidents and fucking goddamn super powerful ass people. Doc says it's called a shell game. Yeah.
Prescott Bush and Walker each got one share of stock worth $750,000. So the Bush family took out $1.5 million in 1951 dollars. That's where the Bush family fortune came from. It came from the Third Reich. Right? Now, is it blood money? Yes. The Thyssens were among the largest slave holders in the Nazi Empire. They had huge coal mines where they used Jewish slave laborers as if they were disposable chemicals. The Thyssen Steel was the United Steel, Vereinigte Stahlwerk, was the heart of the Nazi war machine. But they all got their money back. After the war, the Thyssens slowly brought the money out of hiding from New York and Argentina, and they began to rebuild. In 1971, they merged with another bank and formed the Thyssen-Bornemisza Group. Chase Manhattan Bank in New York owns 31% of this holding company. It's now worth $50 billion.
So did they turn into Chase Bank?
So all the poor Jewish survivors and American POWs are trying to sue the Swiss banks, when the Bush family may have laundered more money than all the Swiss banks combined. The Thyssen-Bornemisza Group consists of assets that were Nazi assets and fraudulently hidden from both the US and British governments. There's no question about this because the US and British interrogation files are in our national archives. Now, I happen to have written a bit about the Bush family's connection with Union Bank because I was tipped off. And in my book, The Secret War Against the Jews, I repeated this curious charge that the Bush family had been on the board of directors of these curious entities that seemed to have invested in Nazi Germany. Well, really, to be fair to the Bushes, they had just simply invested in the 20s before Hitler really came to power. You know, it was not a crime, maybe it wasn't moral to invest in Nazi Germany, but before America became involved in war, it wasn't illegal. But after the war, you know, it seems that young George Bush, who later became president, dropped out of Yale because he knew that in a week his father's firms were going to be seized as Nazi fronts. And young George Bush wanted to enlist in the military to save the family honor.
I never heard that before. And we all know George W. didn't really want to go. We all know he didn't really see no live fire.
The younger Bush generations, I think, have a great deal of credit to their names and have indeed done America proud. I mean, but let's be fair, no one blames the Democrats because Jack Kennedy's dad bought Nazi stocks. How many people here knew that Joseph Kennedy invested in Nazi Germany? See, everyone knows that. How many of you knew before today that the Bush family ran a Nazi bank? Okay, now, we haven't released this before the election. This has got to come out because it's much more important than just whether, you know, Prescott Bush's grandson runs for office. This whole issue of being able to hide money through multinational shells has a direct effect on our political system. It's not just a question of double punching ballots. The more important question is, who's funding our political campaigns? Perhaps they're only rumors, but the allegations I have received from the intelligence community are that the Thyssen family are the secret sources of that slush fund in Germany that Helmut Kohl refuses to disclose where the money's from. That they were the secret financial backers of their neighbor in London. They live right across the street from Margaret Thatcher. And that the Thyssens and their business partners, the Rockefellers, have been the Wall Street ring of the Republican Party financing candidates for the last 40 years in the US. That there was this almost bottomless slush fund of campaign money. There are numerous Thyssen outlets in the US, so legally Thyssen employees in America can donate money to political campaigns. And I don't know if we will ever know how much of that money was actually donated by Thyssen employees and how much was reimbursed from abroad.
Do y'all understand what he's saying? So, okay, the money for a lot of these elections could be and possibly and most likely are coming from sources outside of the United States, but that's illegal. So, but they have ways around it. He said it's okay for Thyssen employees to donate to the campaigns. How do you know that those monies that those Thyssen employees donated wasn't reimbursed to them? Like, that's a way that they, you know, they encourage their employees to do it, and then they just give them the money back or whatever. That way it won't be illegal. So you have to wonder about how many elections, because campaign finance is what I'm talking about. That, if we want to fix our elections, then that's one of the main things that we need to look at. So, but look, I'm heavy into politics, and I understand the campaign financing thing, but I never, they always said dark money is what they called it. Dark money. It's like dark money. They don't know where it's coming from. It's dark money. So then I get, now with this video, with this guy, he helps me understand politics better, and understanding when they say dark money, a lot of it could be coming from outside of the United States, because they always be talking about like the Koch brothers and what's that guy's name? They say his name every time. He's behind all the riots and Black Lives Matter and Antifa and shit. What the fuck is his name? Anyways, it doesn't matter. A rich guy that's in the United States. So, but, there goes the controlled opposition. There goes the media, weapons of mass distraction, taking our eyes off the ball when maybe it's not that guy. Maybe it's not. I mean, the Koch brothers, I'm sure they have an impact on elections, but maybe there's a whole bunch of money larger than the Koch brothers coming from outside of the United States, influencing these elections. How would the American public feel if they knew that it was some guy in Russia, I don't know, Afghanistan, some guy in Iran that was influencing our elections over here through campaign donations? Doc says, just like American companies that just happen to have all 200 employees donate the max $5,000 each to a particular candidate. Exactly. And kind of on the same subject, but off the subject, how the companies kind of force you to buy the stocks. Like they give you incentives on buying stocks in the company. You know what I'm saying? They give you money they influence you to buy the company's stocks. And that's to drive the stock prices up. You know what I'm saying? That's a little fucking game that they play right there. But I ain't gonna lie, if you're working for a company, you maybe can make some money. Like let's say Home Depot, and then let's say they give you 50%, 20%, or 40%, some kind of percentage off of the stock price when you buy it and put investment in it. And then you could turn around and sell that and go ahead and make a profit. But I'm sure that how Home Depot works when you're an employee, they're really they want you to keep investing. They don't want you to cash out. It's like, your retirement. That's what they're going to be trying to sell it to you, so that the money can just sit there and they can just keep flipping it. And then maybe it'll be there when it's time for your retirement. Because if it's in the stock, if the stock prices drop when it's time for your retirement, guess what? The amount of your money that you put in there just fucking depreciated by God knows how much. Doc says, you don't think the breadcrumbs you follow were up there to create another layer of distraction from something deeper? This is fifth generational warfare. It's like an onion wrapped in an onion. And I agree with you, Doc. And I said that at the beginning. I think it was before you got here, but I was talking about this guy, because he has to get his stuff approved through the CIA and all this. And like, he's approved to say all this stuff. So this is all definitely fits whatever narrative or whatever information that he provides is going to go into the narrative that they want. But at the same time, a lot of this information is pertinent and can help you understand, if you can read between the lines and hear the little nuggets that he drops, it can help you understand. And then it's just like, this is like top secret stuff, right? But it's like not really top secret. But then at the same time, you don't hear the news talking about this shit. A lot of this stuff in this video, I didn't hear nowhere else. It's my first time hearing this shit about the Tensons and shit. I never heard that before, bro. And I studied this shit.
Reimbursements from abroad are, of course, a felony. Foreign corporations may not contribute to American things. So perhaps when we sit down in Congress in a few weeks and begin to debate how best to reform our ballot counting system, We should also take a look at campaign finance reform. You know, if there's one thing that all of us, Republicans and Democrats, can agree on is that Nazis are bad. And we have always suspected that someone was pulling strings. And I think what we have had is a series of multinational corporations behaving like pirates. And they have no ideology. They don't care about America. They don't care about Nazi Germany.
Don't give a fuck about nothing. And that's what I be screaming all the damn time. Y'all niggas want to be on that Republican Democrat shit. The people that's pulling your strings don't give a damn about no Republican Democrat. Y'all want to be on that nationalism shit. United States, Mexico, Canada. These people don't give a goddamn about the United States, Mexico, Canada.
They only care about money. But what do I care? I'm not a Jew. None of my family died in the Holocaust. I don't have any relatives in Israel. Why give up a great legal career to go around writing history books? Not only is it not profitable, it's like doing homework for the rest of your life. Well, I have a personal reason for staying with this subject and being the president of the Florida Holocaust Museum. That's sort of fun. If you haven't been to see us, we just built the 5th largest Holocaust 60-degree views. And for me, I have a personal reason for staying on this subject. See, when I was down in those intelligence vaults, I came across a manuscript that would change my life. It was written by a Jew. His name was Saul Schnadow. Saul lived in that little borderland between Poland and Russia. Today we call it Belarus, but in those days before World War II, the Jews called it the Pale of Settlement.
The Pale of Settlement. And this is important. It's a large amount of Jewish people right outside of Russia.
There used to be a 70-mile wide strip of land along the Russian borders where Jews had been allowed to live for 3 centuries. And you could go from...
Been allowed to live. And you know, I want to touch on this, but I don't want to make nobody mad. But I mentioned the word gypsies in the title here. And then I also mentioned the word Jews, and I also mentioned the word jewels. And then I said, and truth. Because there's a whole bunch of confusion with these words. And I also feel like the people that people call gypsies today, do not get mad at me. Do not get angry. The people that people call gypsies today were the Jews. But the flip of this is the Jews are supposed to be the jewels of God, right? God's jewels.
Vilna to Minsk to Baranovich to Pinsk, all the way down to Romania. And some of these cities and towns were 90% Jewish. The Pale was the most densely populated Jewish settlement on the face of the earth. Unfortunately for them, it lay right smack in the middle of Hitler's invasion path for Russia. Now, when the armies of the Third Reich came pouring through, they didn't have enough German soldiers to take care of this huge Jewish population. So the SS asked the local Christian population for volunteers. And sad to say, there's always 1% in every country, including ours, who would volunteer to climb to power over the bodies of children if necessary. Now, the volunteer that came to be in charge of
climb to power over the bodies of children.
Pouring through, they didn't have enough German soldiers to take care of this huge Jewish population. So the SS asked the local Christian population for volunteers. And sad to say, there's always 1% in every country, including ours, who would volunteer to climb to power over the bodies of children if necessary.
And what y'all got to understand is within Ukraine, a lot of those people who helped the Nazis kill Jews, they were Ukrainians.
Now, the volunteer that came to be in charge of Saul's life was a man named Dr. Stankiewicz, a doctor of humanities, which is rather ironic to the Jews because they soon identified Dr. Stankiewicz as the inventor of the sardine method of execution. Dr. Stankiewicz would have his police force drag the Jewish families out to a road where ditches had been dug. They were forced at gunpoint to disrobe. Then they had to climb in the ditches and lay on top of each other head to toe. That way, Stankovich's police could shoot through a double layer of bodies and save ammunition. You know, a bullet cost 1 mark, 25 cents. So they would shovel a layer of dirt over the dead and wounded, a double layer of bodies, a layer of dirt, and so on and so on. Now, the worst part of the sardine method wasn't even discovered until after World War II, when American Red Cross doctors were conducting autopsies on the graves. They could find no evidence of wounds upon the smallest victims. Apparently, to save the price of a bullet, Dr. Stankovich ordered that the babies be buried alive. As a reward for his efficiency, the SS promoted Dr. Stankovich and made him the governor of the entire province of Baranovich, where Saul lived. There were 50,000 Jews in the Baranovich ghetto on the day that Dr. Stankovich arrived. 6 months later, there were 5,000 Jews. 6 months after that, only 500 Jews were kept alive as skilled laborers in Dr. Stankovich's concentration camp.
So the 25 cents to loot, like, and I heard that before, but I never knew where it came from. So that's where it came from. So that's another connection that this video helped me realize. And this idea of the, you know, the babies. Oh, the numbers. He said 50,000. And so remember we was talking about in the other video about the 5 million numbers. The numbers here he's throwing around right here is nowhere in the category of the numbers that they were saying. Hold on. How far back am I on the comments, y'all? Let me see. You don't think the breadcrumbs, and then he says, Doc says, this is what they will allow us to hear. I agree with that, Doc. He also says, I knew about the Bush family and their Nazi past because I started getting more involved in politics, after they tried to destroy Slick Willie over the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I knew about the Bush's connections to the Nazis, but I didn't know about this Tissel family. And I also didn't understand the intricacies related to the money laundering in the banks. Pat says, how did those specific people become Jewish? That is a good question there, Pat. Doc says, Stankovich, sardine method. Why do you find it like dark humor? Stankovich, sardine method. And man, we can't laugh at this though, because fuck, they was burying babies alive, bruh. Like, how cold fucking hearted can you be, bruh? You gotta have a hate for these people to do this. You know what I'm saying? You had to have, and this is why the rhetoric about the border gets me all sensitive, is because this builds over time. You can't just overnight and say these people are trash. Let's pile them up in piles and use, you know what I'm saying, kill 2 of them at a time and bury the babies. Like, everybody gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But if you over time demonize these people, continue to say that they ain't shit or whatever, and this image becomes, you know, embedded into people's minds, then they're like, well, I mean, I guess it's kind of fucked up that they're doing that, but the people do kind of suck. You get what I'm saying? So, like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I get all sensitive when we talk about that rhetoric on the border, because I feel like that's that slippery slope. And it's also related to this Nazism that we have adopted over here in the States. And this guy is telling us about it. How these fucking, you know, these companies and corporations and banks, you know, the damn Vatican, you know, underground railroading Nazis up out of Germany safely into the United States or Canada. And we can't understate the horror. Like, damn, we're not willing to spend a bullet on your ass. You're not even worth a bullet. We got to make sure this bullet takes out more than one of y'all for it to even be worth the bullet. And the babies are definitely not worth a bullet. Just throw them in the pile. They'll suffocate. Doc says, stank sardine stinks like shit in shitty life form. I won't even recognize them as human. And that's why I put underneath the thing, I don't have it on my screen, so let me look at my notes here. What is valuable? You know, what is alive and what is human? You know what I'm saying? What is really valuable? What is really alive and what is human? So before we wrap it, because we are already at 3:39, I wasn't expecting to go this far with this video, but I want to jump into what is alive before we wrap it. So on this particular topic, because he's just gonna bumble off the rest of the video anyways. So what do y'all got comments on this one before I move on to the next topic? Basically we're talking about money laundering. We're also talking about friendliness with the Nazis. You know, we're also talking about how people don't even care about the identity, how they had their one son is a Nazi, the other son is neutral. So that way, no matter what happens, we're good. Like, that shows that all this shit is fucking fake. Like, these people don't give a damn about these identities, like being Jewish or being a Nazi or even being a United States citizen or whatever the hell you want to name. You want a Republican, Democrat. They don't give a damn about none of that shit. They just want to win. They want to get their agenda across. They want to accomplish what they want to accomplish. Meanwhile, all of us is caught up on this Republican, Democrat, United States, Mexico border fucking bullshit. They don't give a damn about none of that shit. They don't care. We're the ones that fucking, you know, it's just like Ukraine. The whole thing, cry for Ukraine. That's what the media says. They're trying to pull our heartstrings and make us feel some kind of way. Cry for Ukraine. It is fucked up, man. I looked at the pictures. Some of the cities have been destroyed. They're all fucked up, and that's fucked up. People died. Old, young, children, babies, everything. It is fucked up. But cry for Ukraine. They're getting us to feel that emotion. They don't give a damn. We was just watching yesterday about fucking the IMF Bank and the World Bank taking advantage of Ukraine in this whole situation. Do the IMF and the World Bank give a damn about? Are they crying for Ukraine? Give me the money. That's what Pat say. Give me the money. Fuck them tears. Fuck your tears, nigga. I know. Oh, your baby just died. I know your baby just got buried. Your whole damn family just got buried. We found them with their hands bound behind their back in a mass ditch. That's fucked up. Russia bad, but can you get that payment? That loan payment? Remember that loan we gave y'all? It's time for that payment. I'm sure it's. I'm sorry. It's an unfortunate circumstance and unfortunate series of events and everything going on, busy in your world and your life. But we need that payment. We need that payment. What you got to say, dude? So, am I putting y'all to sleep?
Nah, bro. It's just a very interesting video, man.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Do you really think that it's interesting, the topic, or is it just like fucking boring everybody to death?
Nah, it's not boring. Well, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I feel like that's a very interesting topic. A lot of this shit I didn't know, you know, and hearing that, but I still go back to the part of, they allowed me to talk about this. Like, since when they allowed you to talk about classified information? But it's the little bit that they don't mind getting put out there because they know that American people are so forgiving, and they'll forgive us.
Well, what I was saying is they will also put shit right in your face and be like, "You're stupid, you're dumb." We putting it right in your face, and you still like not even aware.
Mm-hmm.
Doc sent me something. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, they do that shit too.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's share it. Doc says, "This is what I see when they say cry for Ukraine." That's them. That's them crying for Ukraine. Like, we might be actually shedding real tears, but that's them crying for Ukraine right there.
Yeah.
Give me that money. vibrations, frequencies. I really want to get to that fucking video, but I want to get on what is life and what is that. Oh, the time. Did y'all watch that time video? The one about how time actually flows both ways? I thought that video was interesting to me. I love to think about the idea
Is
of
that the one with
time.
the doctor of physics? I'm sorry.
I think could be. I'm not sure. I ain't gonna lie to you. I might play that. Hold on. I'm still searching. What makes you alive? Life even real? This is it right here. Did I play this? I hope I didn't play this. Let me know if I played this, y'all, because I'm losing it when it comes to that now. This damn 4 days a week. I don't be knowing what day of the week it is, y'all. But I was like that before the show, but it's worse now. All I do is research, and then I know that the show is coming. That's it. I'll be ready for the show. I'm thinking about the show every time. I don't know which day of the week it is other than it's the next show. I put in work for y'all. I hope y'all appreciate it. Anyways, let's move on.
From a rock. The immediate answer is, of course, the turtle is alive. But why, though? Why is the turtle alive and the rock not alive?
Yeah, I watched that.
What does it actually mean to be alive? This episode was made possible by generous supporters. Take a poll. Over 3,600 of you answered, so we got a great sample size. And the results turned out mostly as I expected, with a few outliers. A few of you even surprised yourself with your own answers. In the end, though, the obviously living things got tons of votes. I'm not sure why human isn't 100%. Apparently, I've got some nihilists in the audience. But as the options get less complex, the percentages slowly drift downward. The obviously living things managed to all stay above 80%. On the other hand, the obviously non-living things got very few votes. The only options down there getting above 10% were fire and the sun. Now, I expected fire for reasons we're going to get to later, but I did not expect the sun to get so much attention. That one caught me off guard, but results are results. You can't just go throwing them away because you don't match your expectations. Anyway, these match pretty close with the opinions of biologists. As a physicist, I would love to come up with one simple rule that defines life, but biologists have been working on this problem a lot longer than I have. So I think we should at least start with what they have to say. Let's not overstep too early. For biologists to consider something to be alive, it should be made of one or more cells, it should be able to grow and make copies of itself, it should also interact with its environment by absorbing energy, maintaining itself, responding to changes, and adapting to those changes if necessary. Mind you, that's a list of what life does, not what life is, but that's actually pretty standard procedure for defining science things. For example, in physics, we define energy as the ability or capacity to do stuff. It's the same technique. That definition for energy always works, though. The checklist for life only works most of the time. Let's run through a few examples and see what happens. Turtles start as little hatchlings and slowly grow into adult turtles. That hatchling came from an egg that came from a mother, so turtles can reproduce. They're made of cells, respond to their environment, gain energy by eating, and even evolve over time. Turtles meet all the criteria. They're definitely alive. What about a rock? That one works really well too. Some rocks can grow, but they fall short on the other 6 criteria. Rocks are definitely not alive. But not all things are so clear-cut. Several items on this checklist are pretty vague. What exactly qualifies as a cell? Is any increase in size considered growth? What's the difference between a response and an adaptation? We can't effectively use this list unless we answer those questions, and that's likely to involve a bunch of our biases. So let's consider some of the things in the gray area. Take fire, for example. It can grow, reproduce, and respond to its environment. It even absorbs energy from its surroundings to keep itself going. That's 4 out of 7.
I would say fire is alive.
That's a majority of the criteria. So I'm not at all surprised that fire got 12% in the poll. But that's still a pretty small result compared to these obviously alive things. And biologists don't consider fire to be alive. So is this just a numbers game then? Is there some kind of threshold, like 5 or 6? Not really. Consider a virus. They can adapt over time, and they can reproduce. Sort of. That's only 2 out of 7 of the criteria. That makes fire a better candidate for life. Yet 54% of you considered viruses to be alive, while only 12% of you considered fire to be alive. That's a major discrepancy in the checklist. You'll even find biologists arguing over viruses when they all agree fire is not alive. It's clear that our instincts don't always match up with the checklist. Does that mean our instincts are better at this than the checklist? Maybe. Let's test them. Like, really test them. All the examples we've seen so far are chemistry-based. Let's consider something that isn't, like Conway's game of life. John Conway himself didn't consider his game of life to be particularly interesting. But we're going to talk about it anyway. I do what I want.
I feel like I'm losing y'all. Pat says, censorship keeps me from saying certain things, but it's a cool subject. Yeah, no, you're talking about the Jewish subject. Yeah, no, it's a real sensitive one. That's kind of why I wanted to move on. I don't know, bro. I feel like I'm losing y'all right now. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Give me a second. Let's get back on track here. The what is alive and what isn't is interesting, and we'll talk about it some more maybe tomorrow. I don't want to fucking lose y'all. I feel like I'm losing y'all. The CIA not agreeing with the American government is a really interesting topic.
Check this shit out. Could somebody please explain why there are so many photos of white people coming in on boats, specifically coming here to America on boats? Coming here to America on boats in the 1800s. But I can't find no photos of so-called black people coming here on boats to America. Because according to their history, the last slave ship came here in 1858. Now here's where it get real interesting for me. So my 4 times great-grandmother, Delia Corsi, born around 1820, has an actual photo, and she still look young. So I'm guessing maybe this is 1845, maybe 1850. Where the boat? Bro, I had a major brain alert. Major. Check this shit out. Could somebody please explain why there are so many photos of white
things that make you go, You know, they don't have any slave ships either. It's really weird. We have a lot of ships. I don't think they have any slave ships. If they do, it's like one. Doesn't really make sense. There should be a whole bunch of them. What happened to all the slave ships? I don't know. And you can't trust nothing. And then what the dude was saying in the video, talking about the pirates, talking about they behave like pirates. I can't help but to think about slavery and the slave trade and human trafficking. That sounds like pirate activity. How about drug trafficking? That sounds like some shit pirates would do, right? If you're doing it on a big scale, you're doing that shit over the water, right? That's ain't that what do pirates do?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Texas woman charged with murder for self-induced abortion is starting. Lizelle Herrera, 26, was arrested on Thursday by the Starr County Sheriff's Office and charged with murder.
courtesy Stark County Sheriff's Office. I wish y'all can see the significance in this. This is how it happens. It's just like the same thing with the Nazis or whatever. It starts off soft like this. This isn't that soft, but it ends up being women stoned in the street. That's where we're headed. We're slippery sliding down this fascism road.
And if you didn't make it in your 40s, you could make it in your 50s. And just remember Grandma Moses. She was.
I don't really care to hear anything she has to say. No offense, Judge Judy.
Just blew that all on property. And so all
I heard you got like an apartment complex or something like that.
Apartment complex, like a shout out to Nip on that what do you say, commercial unit. You know what I'm saying? Commercial units, houses. I've been tweaking. I'm telling you, I blow the whole bag on it every time.
How you get into real estate?
Granny got like 6 properties in the hood, 6 properties in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And she left it with us before she checked out. Real one. She did her Dougie too, where, you know what I'm saying, 10 to sign that motherfucker before you sell it or pull any type of chicken out. So, she was doing her Dougie on that type of time. But so just that alone just had me on the hype, like, okay, so you know what I'm saying, just to make sure that I'm following her in her path and making sure that, because she was still alive when I got that Emberly heavy. I go broke on property. Yeah. Me, whatever CMG and them just gave me, I just blew that all on.
I ain't gonna lie. My grandfather had property. Too bad he had like 8 kids. And each one of them had like 8 kids. So basically leaves me with like nothing. Doc says the slave ships were modified cargo ships. Most continued hauling for the East India Trading Company. I'm kind of wonder about that though, Doc. Where are, just like that dude asked, where are all the photos? That wasn't that long ago, 1850? Where are the photos? There should be video of the shit. Motion pictures of the shit. That wasn't that long ago, man. That's kind of fishy to me. That's just one of those things that make you go, Because I can't say. I can only speculate on that. I've been digging around in that area, and there's not very much. Well, so far I haven't been able to find very much hard, concrete evidence in the direction that I think what is truthfully what happened. But they've got that shit buried deep because I can't find any real evidence of it. Putin invaded Ukraine for no reason, and I support him. Putin wouldn't have invaded if Trump was president. Okay. That's like confusing. But I guess that's the point. How y'all feel, man? I think I'm about to wrap it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it soon because I don't want to lose y'all. We was talking about some heavy ass shit today. Says top Iraq-Iran diplomats to meet after back-to-back attacks on U.S. troops. What? Top Iraq-Iran diplomats to meet after back-to-back attack on you. Who's attacking the U.S. troops? Iraq or Iran? And why is Iraq and Iran meeting if the attacks were on U.S. troops? Help me understand! They just dribble shit to you, y'all.
Jack's finna lose his mind, bro.
I'm telling you, they just dribble shit on us, bro. And like, we're supposed to just gobble it up. Like, bro, I spent a second thinking about shit, bro. Like, they think everybody is stupid, bro. We not all dumb, bro. They got to stop trying to act like we all fucking stupid because we not. That's what makes me the most angry. Like, you know, It's disingenuous. You insulting my intelligence. It says no superpower has guts to dictate India's foreign policy, says Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan in address to the nation. Top developments. No superpower can dictate terms to India. I told y'all, man, India is coming along. Y'all better fucking wake up. It says India media celebrates Prime Minister Imran Khan's statement on its sovereignty. That's big nuts. Big bro. That's big nuts right there. It says no superpower has guts to dictate India's foreign policy. That's big donkey nuts, bro. What do you think the CIA said after he said that? Or the US government or whoever? Or China or Russia? Or whoever? Iran. They're like, okay, going on with your bad self. No superpower has guts to dictate India's foreign policy. That's big words, bro. Y'all better recognize India is coming along. Like I told you, I saw them they're buying helicopters and shit. They got, I don't want to know I don't think they have nuclear capabilities, but they're right on the edge of that. I think they're going in that direction. So when you're talking big donkey nut shit like that, that means like, okay, you niggas try to fucking do some shit, then we're going to blow your shit up. He says, we are not tissue papers to use and throw. I love it. I love it. I love it. The time has come where the West is not, them throwing their weight around is over.
Blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Number one in your life's blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody.
Man, I think those words are heavy as hell. As slow as he was saying them, I still think they're heavy. I be talking about all the time how I feel like most people like just need to be seen, It's that dismissal of others. It's that like acting like they're not there that hurts the most. Like killing somebody is killing them, they're dead. But acting like they don't exist, acting like they're not human, that's fucking painful, bro. When people walk by you and they pretend that you're not there, they don't acknowledge your existence, they don't acknowledge your humanity. That's what hurts, right? Let me read Ghost's comment. He says the countries are trying to figure out which terrorist group hit U.S. troops before we decide to come back. I guess, they're always making excuses to go back. I know they're not talking about going into Iran. They're not going over there. And going back into Iraq, I mean, what happened last time? That don't sound like a good idea either. But, yeah, they're full of fucking bad ideas. So who the fuck knows? Cute little kid. It says, what are you? Let me go back. You're white.
What are you?
I'm literally Mexican.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Because you are white. What are you?
I'm literally Mexican.
I don't understand. The voiceover didn't match the video or whatever. I'm getting tired, y'all. It's 4:36 a.m. and we're over 4 hours. And I felt like I was talking the whole time. My damn throat hurts. This chick was cleaning her panties on the damn airplane. It makes me think like, okay, she's going to see the husband, the boyfriend, whatever. She got to make sure things are straight. The husband gonna do a sniff test. She had to do a sniff test. It could have been set up. Everything on. Oh yeah, that was definitely set up. I never watched this video, but ain't no way in hell she was doing all that. She gonna hang him up? Yeah, that's way too much. All the way set up. Yeah, Deuce, you got any final words, bro?
Man, not really, bro. I just say keep pushing it, bro. I really, this week has been amazing. The topics, really enjoyed it. It was pretty informative tonight. That bit of info that he dropped, I'm sure it's not all. Will we ever know the full truth? I don't know. But I think we can all speculate enough to come up with the realization or the truth. You know.
Yeah, kind of read between the lines. I think as time goes on, things always get declassified. So we got to read some of them files. Just like all that stuff when they was talking about the Biden and then the fucking Clinton emails. All that shit that WikiLeaks. You know that they're persecuting this dude, bro. He's probably fucking gonna die in prison. The guy, Julian Assange, the one who came out with all that information. The Clintons don't give a fuck, bro. They don't stop, bro. And then it's so crazy how people get persecuted as a whistleblower all the damn time. We don't the damn like the banks. So remember Enron, all of this shit happens, and instead of persecuting the people who did the shit, they persecute the people who fucking said something about it, who brought it out to the people's public. And then this is what I be talking about. If you live in a community full of criminals, what they gonna do? They gonna be talking about no snitching. And it's like that's like some mafia shit. It's like, oh, that nigga snitched, off with his head. Like this is we're all criminals. Ain't nobody snitching. Don't fucking tell what the fuck happened. If you tell, that's like the worst thing to do. And as you can see, who gets persecuted the hardest? It's these people that come out with information that they didn't want to come out. Like Julian Assange is a perfect example. And I'm sure y'all can think of some on your own. People who were whistleblowers who fucking went to jail, went to prison, got suicided, died.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay to do horrible shit. Fucking with Nazis and all that shit. It's okay to do that. But don't snitch.
Traveling with them. Unless we travel 17,000 miles on his way.
Oh, look at this. This is a photo op. This is all photo op right here.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
He's got two black women, one on one side and one on the other.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with them. Unless we travel 17,000 miles on his vice president. I don't know that for a fact. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
What the fuck is he saying? Is he saying fucking anything? What the fuck is he saying? I need to calm down. It's 5 a.m. Did he say anything, y'all? I didn't hear anything. But like I said, that was a photo op. That was all just a picture. The image is worth 1,000 words. So that's all it is. They're going to spread those images around, and they're going to do the job that they want them to do. It's going to work. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Two unruly passengers hit with largest ever U.S. aviation fines for biting and headbutting crew. Man, if I'm a damn flight attendant and you bite or headbutt me, bro, you best to believe, bro, the streets, we finna take this to the streets, even though we in the airplane. Hopefully the people that I work for will back me up, because I'm finna dig in your ass. I'm gonna be like, that nigga bit me, bruh. Come on. Like, what would you do? You just gonna let somebody bite you?
Yeah, man, you gotta be careful. Somebody bites, you never know what they got. They break skin,
Exactly.
bro. You fucked up.
Exactly. That ain't nothing to play with. Our mouths is the nastiest shit. That's our dirtiest part of our body,
Hey,
actually.
bro. Dog, why you bring that up? I remember that story. You remember when we were over there off of Aldine Mail Route? Damn, who was that dude, bro? He had that bad little kid that came to the house. And we were playing the PlayStation in the room, and he got mad because I was whooping his ass, and that motherfucker bit me, bro. I slung his ass up against the dresser and knocked the TV down. Like, my mama was like, dude, you wait a minute, fuck that. He bit the shit out of me. Look.
A
Slung his
bite
ass
is
up
an
against that
excuse to get in
dresser,
a
bro.
nigga ass. All right, Pat saying he out. Get you some rest, man. I know we're
Hey,
over 4
Patty,
hours.
hit me up before you go to sleep, man. I got some hoes over here, bro. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Nah, bro.
man.
Well, man, I know y'all boys tired, bro. I'm still on shift for a couple of hours. I'm actually at this truck stop. I'm about to go in here and grab me a shower, man, so I can sleep good this morning.
Yeah, it was supposed to get cold. I don't feel like it did. Last night I slept so good. I always sleep with my window open. It got chilly. I don't feel like it was supposed to get chilly. Wait, hold on. My computer says 52 degrees, but I don't feel it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you.
Yeah, I
Oh,
enjoy it. I
shit.
enjoy it when it's cool at night and
Hold up, who is that?
the window is open. Right here?
Yeah,
Random person.
I
Random.
like the naturalness. Natural.
Yeah, me too. I'm a big natural. I'm big on that. So that's why the ones that I follow tend to be that. I like hair too. It's like, hair is sexy,
Yeah.
and I think we mentioned this before, how like, like in a lot of cultures, it's like cover your hair. Your hair is only supposed to be for your husband. It's because just your hair alone can turn a man on. He don't have to see nothing else but your hair. If it's your natural hair, oh yeah, it works. Trust and believe. So yeah, I think there is something to that when they say, your wife, cover your hair, let your husband see your hair, put your hair down, you keep your hair up. Another thing about the hair being down too, and for it's different, right? They look different with their hair down, totally different. So yeah, I think there's something to that, and maybe keeping that for your husband. I think there's a good. I mean, whatever. That's just my opinion. But if you are married, men do love hair. Natural hair turns them on. So if you have a husband, are you trying to turn on other men? That's what their argument would be.
Yeah.
But whatever. I don't really believe in that. I don't really believe that we're naturally monogamous creatures anyway. So I'm just making the argument for a person that is, kind of believes in monogamy in that way. I mean, a marriage is a marriage, though. If y'all made an agreement, okay, we ain't fucking nobody else. It's just me and you. Okay, we're making this agreement. We're both agreeing to this, and then you should, if you have respect for yourself, you have respect for the other person, then you're gonna respect that. But on the other hand, if y'all come in and y'all say, well, I don't know about that monogamy thing that much, although I do want to get married. And if y'all can understand that and come into some kind of understanding with that, then that's cool too. As long as y'all respecting each other. That makes sense? That's how I feel about it. I really don't think monogamy works for everybody. Maybe it works for some people, but I don't think it works for everyone. You gotta stay together forever. Not gonna have sex with nobody else. I know it's not all about sex, but damn, it's like eating the same cereal every day. I love you. I love Frosted Flakes, but I might want some Raisin Bran sometime. Don't hate me. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Thanks you for your comments. Thank y'all for your time. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to cover the last of the videos that we haven't covered. So we'll probably rapid fire tomorrow but I like it better when we cover fewer videos. That's what I've been doing, and kind of like break them down, and because sometimes I think I be overloading you guys with information, and that's another reason why I think I be putting people to sleep. It's just too much. It's like a class. It's like I feel like I'm in class. It's too much information overload, time to go to sleep. But the reason, but I feel like this is good for everybody. This is good for y'all. Everyone who joins this, we're doing a mental exercise. So this is what keeps your brain sharp. You know what I'm saying? This is what keeps you mentally healthy. Question everything. Question everything. Reevaluate everything. This is that same clip. Somebody else posted it about the kids making the chocolate.
Beans to Cadbury, Britain's favourite chocolate brand.
Stuff just makes me sad. It's hard for me to make comments. It just makes me sad. If I talk about it too much, I'll probably start crying. Could be one of my kids.
Yeah, bro. It's crazy. That shit.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, that shit.
I remember the pictures they teach us in school. I don't know, maybe it was a college class I took, and they talked about the child labor and the way it was happening here in the States. And they got photos and shit. How these kids got deformed and all fucked up and shit because they had them in like, a lot of times it was like a little box where only the little kid could fit into anyways. That's why, and he would just be there for 12, 16 hours, grow up doing this shit and be all deformed and fucked up. Like literally fucked off for the sake of a company to make money. Man. So they had to, but this is what I be trying to get people to understand, because the corporations are going to get away with as much as they can get away with. They had to make a law to make that shit illegal. They had to make it illegal for child labor, make it illegal. So maybe, somewhere like Ghana, I don't know. I'm sure it's illegal. I don't know. But maybe it's not, And then like what's legal doesn't equal right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, let me do as much as I can get away with. So slavery was legal. And I think a lot of people would agree that's fucking horrible. Slavery was legal. And then you got slavery still going on to today. Legal slavery happening different places around the world and in different ways. Anyways, I'm going to just leave y'all with that thought. I'm going to wrap up all of the stuff we were supposed to cover. Tomorrow is the last show. Tomorrow, Saturday. We're going to make sure we cover whatever I didn't cover. And we'll probably rapid fire whatever those videos are. I might just skip through them too, because who knows? Like I say, how I feel about things change over time. I will cover that vibrations frequency video, definitely, because I really want to cover that. That's what I really wanted to talk about for this week. So hopefully we can wrap the week up with what I actually wanted to talk about.
I feel you.
So we've been all over the place this week. I'll be trying to have a theme, I try to keep a theme because, I could talk about anything. We could talk about anything, but I want people to, come away from this, with something. You know what I mean? Hopefully something that they didn't have before for every show. And I try to do it for myself too, topics, stuff that's new to me, stuff that helps me evaluate the world better. So I don't feel like you guys are dumb. So then I give y'all stuff that's deep and heavy and takes a bit of mulling over to really, get and understand. Because I don't think you guys are dumb, and I think you guys do understand. I just think that the media is not giving y'all the data that you need to be able to, understand what the hell is going on. So that's why I'm here, to try to dig through this shit and hopefully siphon it to an audience so that they can hopefully understand the media and news better.
Yeah, I feel that.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I'm gonna have to wrap it. Doc, you got any final comments? Did you send me anything? Let me check before I go. One second. I'm waiting for the screen to open. All I see is the photo. Fucking Facebook is blowing up, bro. I'm getting views on Facebook. I ain't getting no love nowhere else, but for whatever reason, Facebook is getting views. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I'm on Rumble. I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and basically it's 2 Facebooks because I have a Facebook page and then I have a Facebook group that I broadcast to. So, but not the Facebook group, the Facebook page. That one is it's growing, it's getting more followers, and most of my views are coming from there. I have no idea why. But thank y'all for listening and watching, Facebook viewers, because that's probably who's listening, because that's where all my views have been coming from. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Peace and love. I'm going to wrap it, and we're going to finish this up tomorrow.
All right, bro. Peace and love, man. Have a good rest of your night.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, peace.